El Hablo. Do you hear me? It is time for the El Hablo. You are the one that's late, El Hablo. We are starting. Yes, I know you can all hear me. Hello! How's it going, folks? How goes it, everyone? How goes it on this nice and belated Tuesday? How are we doing? How are we doing? No. You wasn't here last stream on Thursday, and everyone will tell you I actually started early. So because I started early last stream, I had to make up for it this stream. Go for it, Clark. Go for it. Share it, and I will place it upon the board. I was not late. I was not late last time. No way. No way. Take your SBI shit and go away. Day one for me. Gonna play this day one. Share it, Clark. Share it. I know, right? I am very much looking forward to South of Midnight. It very much reminds me of Kenna Bridge of Spirits, and that was a lovely game. Today? You're lucky I'm even streaming today. Dude, I had so much problems with my PC today. It's insane. I have no idea what was wrong. I was streaming this morning at King's College Hospital. Oh, that's where I'm headed to soon. Had to have a checkup. And no, it wasn't a codec instantly. All clear. Dude, that is awesome. Congratulations, dude. I'm so happy for you. Seriously. That is amazing. That's like the fourth person I've heard this year. That's all clear. That's awesome. I think Paul is one in here. You're the second. Who was it? Who was it in? Dolph Lundgren is third. They actually gave him 2 years to live, and now he's clean. And my sister-in-law. The good news just keeps on coming, man. Keep on bringing that good vibe. Love to see it. Love to hear it. Did you get to keep a DVD copy? Devin. Why? I mean, they gave him 2 years to live, right? And then he went back and it was all clear. To show people. What is wrong with me? Hey, Sappho. How's it going? I mean, that's good news, right? So the bad news is the pharmaceuticals are going to charge through the wayoozers with that one. But it will hopefully if it's an actual cure, then that's brilliant. It was like a mixed bag for me with Dolph Lundgren because I really like him as an actor. I didn't know he had cancer. I kind of found out he had cancer and that he beat cancer all in the same sentence. Oh, Devin is definitely. He's already sent him his details. Only if it's AK definition. That's interesting. Chat, 1 second. My door's ringing. Sorry about that, chat. Amazon delivering some red jumper day for my kids. Man, my eyes are way bad today. But yeah, I had like the worst troubles with my PC today. I have no idea what was going on. Adobe was playing up. Everything was playing up. At one point, I was ready to kick it in. It was a knock. We don't have a doorbell here. The owner of the property hasn't wired it in. Yeah. Good job. I do need to check out that secret level though. You son? I'm just gonna rip that to pieces. And can you lock the door? Thank you. I still want to watch that secret level. I haven't seen it yet. Like I said, I had a massive binge of Star Trek over the past few days. And then my PC played up today. A 1 hour video, or a 2 hour video, ended up taking like 7 hours to make today. It was really painful. I think my power supply is going, honestly. Ah, Steve. Family always before audience. I'm not one of these ponies who sell their souls for a nickel and dime. Gorsty, what's that? Oh God, Nigel Farage! Don't get me started with him, man. Hey, buttered. I am no pony. How much is Path of Exiles anyway? Man, every time I look at that skill tree, I'm like, no. And it's like, yeah, today's gonna be no. I don't even like the Diablo skill tree. Why does that ring a bell? I think so. I've seen a lot of Star Trek. Black Ronin? Me too, man. I tell you what was the final thing for me that actually cinched the deal? It was the whole during gameplay you can disable the stop motion so everything runs in fluid game mode. That was a stroke of genius because not everyone likes stop motion. The cutscenes will still be in stop motion, but the actual gameplay when you're playing will be, you've got a choice between stop motion and fluid gameplay. That is a great idea. That is exactly the sort of thing that I wanted. Yeah, this skill tree just puts me off. I just don't have the time to even want to learn it. My time is limited anyway. And trying to get my head around that, not happening. I mean, I'm ready to leave the Vatican now on Indiana Jones. So that's good, right? I've just got a couple of quests to mop up, then I've fully collected and cleared everything there is in that area, and I can move on to the next. Although I still haven't figured out the other puzzle in the catacombs. I don't think I will though. But man, what a day it's been. What a day it's been. Can you imagine someone's actually calling Nibs a gamer? Might not be this Friday, might be the following Friday. The 20th. I'm gonna be up all night to early hours in the morning this Friday, so I'll see. I wanted to do them every 3 weeks. Oh no, my headset's dying. I wanted to do them every 3 weeks, but with the Game Awards coming, that's thrown a bit of a spanner in the works because I'm not going to sleep until give or take about 9 o'clock in the morning. I'm going to be up all night. You got rid of the family this week? What? We'll see what we can do. We're all going to play Genshin Impact, right, Steve? We're all going to do a bit of Genshin Impact, right? Uh, What's Genshin Impact? It's one of the games that's been nominated as the top 5 games of the year for Player's Choice. This is not a drill. This is not a joke. So, the players got to vote for their favorite track, well, for their favorite game. You know, they had choices out the bawoozles, but they decided that they are going to go with these 5, and it's quite interesting that 3 of the 5 games that were selected for players' top 5 are mobile games: Genshin Impact, Wuthering Waves, and Zelda Zone Zero. In fact, out of the 5 games that were selected by the player's choice, and this was wholly dictated by the player's choice, only 1 game is a traditional game. The rest is either mobile or a DLC. Oh, I haven't seen that one, Clark. I'll have to check it out. Automata, they do that every year, and every year it doesn't turn up. And they don't tell them to vote, it's just if they win or get nominated, you get in-game currency. But that's been the case for the past 4 years. And this is the first time in 4 years that we've not had 1, but 3. You said it's loud. You're back in work. What a scouser. Trying to get that last minute dosh in. Oops. That wasn't supposed to happen. That was not supposed to happen. Dude, Genshin's a single player game. I'm not gonna do Genshin. But since you are not available, it would be a shame to have a community night without Steve there. Right? So I guess postponing it now is just it's just a thing we're gonna have to do. Oh, you want to see a trailer for Titan anime? Jack, I don't even get that question. All right, what's the actual question, Jack? The Jeff is brutal. That guy's savage. Jack. Oh, Jack, don't be a pussy. Come on. Oh, wait, you are going to be a pussy. Okay. Bye, Jack. Anyway, I just silly banged the Jack. Okay, as we were. Yeah, we'll check those out in a bit. The Titan trailer and the thing. No, that was a disgruntled Xbox fan. I've got no time for those people. They can't, the moment you say you pose a question, they get on their defensive high horses and they're like, "Oh, you can't say nothing bad about my Xbox. Oh no, you can't do that. What am I gonna do?" Fucking idiots. Literal fucking idiots. Literal fucking morons. I don't know, man. I don't know. I've got no time for people like that. I literally have no time for people like that. If you want to hear toxic positivity and nothing, of actual proper talk, there are way more other podcasts out there that you can go to. You don't have to be here. I've just got no time for them, man. I've literally got no time for them. It's they come in here and all they want to do is throw haze at me and stuff like that because I don't, toe the company line of thou shalt not say anything negative about the Xbox brand. I don't need to. Xbox is doing it all themselves. Well, just so you all know that my Game Awards showing will be completely demonetized, so there'll be, at least from my end, there will be no adverts. If you guys want to contribute with super chats and memberships and stuff like that, great, but you don't have to. But it will be completely demonetized, so there should be no adverts throughout the whole showing of the 4 hours. Just putting it out there. So if you do want to come down and just, chill in the background and watch it with me, that is a-okay. You'll get no ads on my showing. Honestly, the first half. Let's start with the first question. Has Xbox had a good year? The first half of the year was pretty bad. I think it was quite awful. But the second half was pretty stacked. And they delivered insanely well, especially in the last quarter. But they just need to fix that cadence now in delivering games kind of evenly spread out. I mean, this one won't be in Watch Dogs Legion. Watch Dogs Legion is in London. However, I think in Watch Dogs Legion, my old workplace is in there. Well, where I currently work, but my old building. Down Southwark Street. So where you got London Bridge, Opposite, you've got the Borough Market, which I'm not sure if that's what it's called in game, but you've got like a crossroads when you come out of London Bridge Station, and if you walk just straight across and straight down, there's like a coloured building on the right, which they have in game. That's where I used to work. Hellblade 2 was great, but it was just one game for like 8 months. I really enjoyed Hellblade 2. It featured in my top 10 games. I put a video out today of my top 10, and Hellblade 2 was in my top 10. Bear in mind, my top 10 is the games that I've actually played. Hey, Gorsty, you know that impression was great. Apparently, though, 5 people got offended about my little rant earlier and left. That's okay. I can live with that. That means there's 5 people less that I need to block or time out. And yes, the other dude, I timed him out for 24 hours. So he got wiped out. Oh man, I got a spot. It's killing me. Hellblade 2 featured. Blops featured. Flight Sim for me didn't feature because I didn't play it. Stalker 2 didn't actually make it into my top 10. That would have made it into my top 20. Or top 15, I think. Indie factored in. But yeah, Stalker 2, I like it, but it's not, for me personally, it's not in my top 10. But it's a good game. I keep going back to it every so often. I'll finish it eventually. Hopefully. What was wrong with Watch Dogs Legion? Mate, that game ain't hard on... Mate, I'll put that game on the hardest difficulty setting on Rookie. Those enemies are no match for me. I got more meds than I know what to do with now. I'm telling you, switching that game to the hardest difficulty on Rookie, chef's kiss. The game just seems to get easier. Just don't play it on medium setting. Put it to the hardest on Rookie and you're fine. You have no evidence of a death loop. You have no evidence that there ever was a death loop. But yeah, for me overall, in terms of first-party releases and third-party contract games, I think Xbox had like a, if we're taking the whole year into account, had like a 7.5, 8 out of 10. If the whole year was like that, then in that cadence, the way they decided to end it, like let's say Avowed released somewhere within the first half of the year, then I probably would have given it an easy 9. How do you guys think the Xbox did throughout the year? I mean, I know the final quarter is great, but I'm talking about as an overall year. They have, Steve, but for me, they kind of crammed it in all at the end. And they left nothing at the beginning. One game at the beginning, in my opinion, just isn't acceptable. They need to kind of just make it. And I'm hoping in the next year, I mean, they're starting the next year in a positive mood, right? We're getting Towerborn next year. We're also getting Avowed. So, next year is starting off really well. I just want to see that cadence for them continue. Because that's what they need right now. They need consistency, and they don't have that consistency. Once they get that consistency flowing, I think they will be in a really, really good place. Man, Devin has easily become the resident pony while Chille isn't here. But I mean, look, let's face it, right? You've had a Flight Sim, which I don't know who's reviewing the Xbox games over at IGN, but Flight Sim, Black Ops 6, and Indiana Jones, all 9 out of 10s. That's not bad, folks. That's not bad from IGN, considering historically they just don't like to rate Xbox games well. I mean, next year's shaping up to be pretty good. You've got Towerborn and Avowed in the first quarter. You got Fable at the last. You got Black Ops. Well, you got another Call of Duty. Are they releasing another Call of Duty next year? Are they doing it, or are they doing it bi-yearly now? I'm not sure how. Microsoft did mention that they wanted to do it every 2 years, but money's good, and shareholders like money, so. If they do that, then you got the Starfield. That's probably going to get an expansion as well next year. Diablo's probably going to get an expansion next year as well. I mean, we do need to count these expansions as well because they are experiences that you're going to play. I mean, wouldn't it be Modern Warfare next? It alternates between Black Ops and Modern Warfare. Yeah, you had Modern Warfare 3, then Black Ops 6, then you need a Modern Warfare 4, and then a Black Ops 7. Goggle? I'm not sure. What's her name? I mean, IGN let go of a lot of people. I don't know why my mic is going down. Why is it doing that? So it's got an auto gain on here that suddenly decided that it wants to become Skynet and adjust itself. So the gain is going up and down itself. So I should be a bit louder now, but it does seem like it's adjusting itself on the fly, and I don't know why it's doing that because there's no software telling it to do that. How are you, Goggle? We are Legion. I feel bad for Jeffy. I mean, I know he doesn't want anyone's pity, but that guy he's got a lot of people after him at the moment. Weather in the UK is alright. It's not freezing cold. I mean, I went out in a t-shirt today and it was okay. I didn't feel the need to. I mean, albeit I did walk a short distance, but I didn't feel the need, and I'm still opening the windows in cars because it gets too hot. Oh, Jeffy is loving the engagement. Put it that way. What up, mate? What up, young one?
Why is it cold in the morning but it's warm at lunch?
Why is it cold at the morning but warm at night?
At lunch.
Why is it? Well, the mornings are always going to be cold because there's no sun. Is that door open?
Huh?
Is that door open?
It's fine, but I'll close it after this.
Okay. Three different Chaos, Treyarch, Infinity Ward, and Sledgehammer. Oh, so they're still cycling through it 3 years, 3 at a time, so 1 per year. Right. So Wukong apparently is coming to Xbox, at least according to Phil Spencer. He knows when it's coming, but he's not at liberty to say, so I suspect it's going to get announced at the Game Awards, or maybe even shadow dropped at the Game Awards. Is anyone even interested in that game on an Xbox front? Freezing in Barnsley? I mean, I'm quite happy with the mic I've got. I think it's a good mic. I probably just haven't got it set up properly. Or my PC, like I said, my PC's been acting really weird today. Like, I was trying to just move stuff along the timeline on Adobe Premiere, and I've got a really good PC, by the way. And it was taking like anywhere between 30 seconds to, I don't know, 15 minutes before it would render what the timeline was where I skipped to and allow me to make edits and stuff. It was just so weird today. Bags, it may very well do. That's why I'm asking the question. I'm not buying it. I've already got it on PC, so I have literally no reason to pick it up. I played it a little bit, and I'm not interested. That's what I thought, Steve, at first. But then, 4 hours later, after all my kind of hustling and bustling and trying to get that video done for today before the stream, it started working perfectly fine. I was just saying, I'm not interested in Black Myth Wukong. I wasn't interested in it at the launch anyway, so I've got no skin in this. So, I don't like those games. My son played it, and he absolutely loves Elden Ring, and he said it was an average game. It wasn't great, but it was okay. And unlike with Elden Ring, where he spent over 100 hours in that game with like 6 or 7 different playthroughs. With Black Myth Wukong, he finished it once and couldn't even be bothered to go back to it. So that pretty much says everything to me. I mean, Elden Ring's a single player game, right? Well, I guess it's got a bit of multiplayer in there, but essentially it's a single player game. Mate, is it true that Destin actually sent his PS5 Pro back? I heard he sent it back. He was so disappointed with it that he sent it back and got his money back. That's that's cold. Don't blame the guy though. What do you mean by that, Susanna? You've said that multiple times now. What do you mean by it's not a finished game? I noticed it from the previous streams as well. I mean, at the end of the day, IGN could, if he needs it for his job, IGN would supply him with a PS5, right? He sent his own personal one back. See, there you know, now you know that Ken Can hasn't actually played Hellblade 2. Anyways, Rod, with that sort of comment, you know that he hasn't actually played it and is going off all the other ponies' reactions. Dude, this is like that David Jaffe situation with that guy who said that he's played Starfield and it wasn't really a good games, and then when Jaffe asked him if it was about, you know, that scene where you had to burn the bodies, and he goes, well, yeah, I didn't really get a choice about that, and then he turns around and tells him, that was Death Stranding, not Starfield. You haven't really played the game, have you? And made him look absolutely stupid. This really feels like one of those scenes. It really does. Hey, Mr. Glass. I think Hellblade 1 was a better game. Through and through. Hellblade 1 was definitely a better game. It was more. The psychosis in Hellblade 1 was better delivered. And what's really weird, if you. After you finish Hellblade 2, you unlock the different characters that you meet in narrator form. And then as you're playing, if you play it again, you get to play it through their perspective of the narration. And they kind of explain how they were twisting and manipulating and tricking Senwa into doing things that they needed while basically risking her life for their own thing. And if she failed, well, who gives a shit? They literally had no care in the world for Senwa, and she was too gullible to see it. It's really weird why they didn't add none of that context into the first playthrough. I think it was a missed opportunity because the actual narrators, the different narrators add so much more value, I think, than the original narrator that actually plays the first time you play. But then you know it's not an autoplay. An autoplay is a mobile game. I mean, this list here tells you what most gamers are playing. Not so much the mobile games, but they are playing free-to-play games. They're the ones that people are investing more in. And guess what? It's really weird because when you play a free-to-play game, generally you end up spending way more than you actually could ever think of. Because you say to yourself, well, I didn't pay anything to play it and I've played like 100 hours. I guess I could drop a battle pass here and a monthly pass here, and before you know it, you've spent like 300-400 quid. If not more. It's quite dangerous. Oh, I did not. I'll check that out in a second. I'll bring it up. Bags, the reason why people play the games like Genshin, Zenless, and Withering Waves is because, one, they have tons more content than Elden Ring and Black Myth Wukong combined. They're constantly updated with new stuff, and they're constantly releasing new maps, new areas, new bosses, new things to do. Because they make way more money than games like Black Myth Wukong and Elden Ring. They dwarf what those companies make in terms of revenue. And so people like the fact that they can play for free, those that are truly free to play, and they have tons of content to get through. And they have really good storylines as well. Yeah, the zone is very addictive. See, Steve, that's what I'm saying. It's that mentality. Because you've got it for free, you turn around and say, well, I got the game for free. Or, it doesn't matter if I spend a couple of quid here and a couple of quid here. But before you know it, it adds up. But once you've spent it once, you've kind of got past that taboo point, and then it just becomes, how, oh man, I really want that. Time to flex the credit card. Hey, gaming. Can, come on. Enough of that shit, man. Let's not be silly. When you have a tree of money growing outside in your back garden, Devin, money is of no consequence or value or problem. Oh man, it's a shame arcades and stuff are gone. I mean, I don't know how much I've spent on COD at the moment. I think I've spent like 40 quid. Steve, you joker. Bags, do you honestly think that Astrobot is going to win? But I still find it amazing that, for the player's choice, three of them are mobile games. I think that pretty much says where we are with all of this. It's an interesting time, to say the least. Right? It's an interesting time, to say the least. Sorry, chat. Just. So, what's everyone's thoughts on Indiana Jones overall? Good, bad, enjoying it, not enjoying it? You know what, Mr. Glass? I would absolutely love that. Can you imagine having our own holodecks? That would be amazing. Actually, I'm not sure. I take that back. If Bethesda is actually developing a game in there, the holodeck may never turn off. You may be stuck in there for the rest of eternity. It'll probably just bug out and leave you in there. You'll have to live out your days in Fallout. Yeah, I'm still at the Vatican's area. It's told me now that I'm ready to move on to the next area. There was just a few more things I wanted to collect. I went and collected all 15 medicine bottles. I've got one more artifact to collect. It's in a building somewhere, so I need to go collect that. I've done all the mysteries. So I think there's a couple of like relics and stuff in the catacombs that I need to collect, but I'm not going to bother with those. I just couldn't find them, so I'm moving on. But I think I've done I think there's like 2 quests left for me. But I like the fact that how can I put it? The actual side quests added so much value overall to the overall arching plot. Whether it was the reporter lady. By the way, when do you get the binoculars? Because you need that for the Fight Club. I haven't figured out how to get that yet. I was supposed to get it off her, but I didn't get it. Does anyone actually know how to get the binoculars? I really like it when you can. I know he's got the whip, but picking up like a bell or a frying pan and whacking them across the head, especially if you do it with a bell, it's insanely funny. Their head just goes bong, 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 and they just collapse. It's really well done. I mean, they did an amazing job with Indiana Jones. You know, they captured the indie spirit to perfection. What about that guy who wanted to confess to you? And he pulls you in and says, Father, I have a confession. I'm with my wife, but I was also with my mother-in-law. Oh, yeah. Well, if it's a one-time thing, well, that's not the thing. I have a child from my wife. Oh, well, congratulations. But I also have a child from my mother-in-law. Oh, and that was hilarious. That was brilliant. That literally encapsulated perfect. That was just perfection. That was good. That was just so indie. It was great. It was absolutely perfectly delivered. You'll enjoy it, Steve. You'll enjoy it. I'm not going to give any spoilers to the main story. Don't worry. But yeah, I'm just blown away. I am blown away. But yeah, if you haven't seen, I did release my top 10 games that I played this year. Emphasis on played and not just games that have a high rating. It's just based on the games that I've played. So be interesting to see what you guys think of my top 10. Wait, Todd's in the game? I don't think. Did I see him? I probably didn't notice. I don't see the reason people are. I don't see the hate that it's getting. I'm seeing a lot of people really criticizing the Xbox version. I don't see anything wrong with it. Like, I don't understand. It runs really well. It looks great. Like, what's the problem? Hey, gaming! Thank you for becoming a member. One step closer to that 50. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate it. But I'm seeing, like, for example, Nibs was saying how he really enjoyed the game and really likes the game, and then just goes straight into ripping it to pieces. It's like, if you're really enjoying a game, what are you even doing? Oh, how you upgrade? You just pick the next tier up, if I'm not mistaken, and that's it. You go to membership and you just click on the next tier up. I mean, considering I'm still going through all the games that I've gotten now, my game for next year, I'm gonna give it a vow to go because why not? I think it's the game's gonna suffer because of that idiot, but I'm gonna give it a vow to go. Probably not the most looked forward to game though. I think for me, it's going to be either Fable, Ghost of Yote, or Doom. Those three for me for now. that I know that's going to be available. I'm not a huge Monster Hunter fan, so I'm not crazy for it like everyone else. Um, yeah, that's Gears E Day is 26. So if it wasn't 2026, that would have been up there as my number one, honestly. But because it's 2026, obviously that doesn't really count. But yeah, if Gears E Day was coming out next year, then that would probably be my number one most looked forward to game. I do love my Gears, but because it's going to come in 26, that's not next year. You know, Steve's got the whole of Coalition locked away in a basement, making them crunch 24 hours a day to get that game finished for 2025. No break until it's done. Work. Guys, check out the thing I posted in Discord. It's actually the first big content mod for. Ah, right! The Doom thing that you wanted me to check out. Let me have a look. $25. Let's have a look. Bad game, good movie. What? 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 What type of savage sacrilege is this? By the way, we were talking about Black Myth Wukong just a second ago, and before I showed that thing, Leafstorm, anyone interested in Enotria, the last song? It comes on 12th of December. Gonna shadow drop during the Game Awards, I guess. Speedruns make it work quicker. Anyone interested in Enotria? This is the studio that basically said, "Hey, we've got no interest in making for Xbox. We're gonna make it for our two preferred platforms, PC and PlayStation, and then we'll think about Xbox later." And well, that later has come. Good luck, buddy. Good luck. Good for you, Soy. Good for you. I hope you enjoy it. And that isn't me being sarcastic or evil or menacing. I genuinely mean that. I hope you enjoy it. For me, if it doesn't come day and date though, I lose all hype for it and I move on. I mean, look at it. Metaphor Refantasia, I played the demo to its end. I started the main game a little bit, maybe like an hour or two in, and then I've had to put it down because of other stuff in real life and just other games I'm playing. But I really, really like it. But I bought it day one on Xbox, and even though I've not finished it yet and it's got a price reduction, and I probably could have saved some money if I waited. I want if I waited till now, I probably wouldn't buy Metaphor Fantasia. You kind of have to release your stuff within the hype window when everyone is interested and people will do that impulse buy. If you don't, then you lose those impulse buys, and well, at least I'd say a good 1/5 of your sales are coming from impulse buys of people who think they might enjoy the game and end up not enjoying it. But if you're going to act dumb in console war, that kind of changes the whole thing. You know? Never console war, folks. As a developer, never console war. Nothing good comes from it. You know that, I know that, I think we all know that. Alright, so we're going to check this out. It's a 2-minute trailer thingamajig. Let me make sure. Is it working? Yeah, it's up and running. Let's disable that for now. Alright, let's switch to this. Alright, let's check it out.
I was born here.
So I'm taking this as a
And
mod
to
for
be honest,
Starfield.
I'm
Custom
afraid I
created.
might die here too. When I was younger, I used to wish I was born somewhere else. Yet life wasn't so bad here. This always used to be a peaceful place, far away from the violence and despair of the colony war. But now tensions are rising. People are fed up with how they're forced to live under the surface like animals, risking their lives in the mines, struggling to get by and feed their family.
This is insane. I swear, if this turns out to be a restaurant takeover...
Some say it's all Sergei Yeltsin's fault, and we should hold him accountable for all his wrongdoings. Others say he's doing everything he can to better the circumstances we live in. I don't know who to believe at this point. I just want to keep my peace and stay out of it. But I'm afraid that's not possible anymore.
Defying fire. Coming when it's ready. So, I guess that means it's going to be broken like Cyberpunk 2077. Good shit. And look, anytime something says it'll come when it's ready, it's getting that cyberpunk treatment. I don't care what else. Oh. This is the great thing about. I mean, they were joking about actually making, because you can actually, you're not confined to the models within the universe. Obviously, it's easier to mod within that, but you can. I've been told you can actually add your own models and stuff into it. It's a lot more difficult, mind you, but it's possible. There were talks that they were going to create like all sorts of worlds. That's nice. I don't know, Diablo. If you're talking about seeing an enemy and doing what I do best, flinging something at their head and running straight for them and punching their lights out. Yep, I'm playing it like Splinter Cell. My main weapon is my fists. I'm a true Brit. I literally just run at them. I had a little dust brush and I just threw it at their face. And they go like, ugh! And then you just beat the crap out of them. I love it when there's like 3 or 4 of them and you've got like a stick. You'll break it on them and they pass out, but they drop their weapon. So you upgrade, break it on the next one, upgrade, break it on the third one, and then you upgrade again. I mean, at some point, they have to learn that coming with a weapon is not a good idea. Yeah, I was looking at some of the high texture mods for Starfield, but they didn't really look great. They actually looked worse, in my opinion. I don't think South of Midnight is a British studio. But I do know one thing for sure. This Christmas, if prices go down, I need to get a new power supply. I know my power supply is definitely on its way out. I think that's what the majority of my problems are. It's not giving enough power to my PC. So that is something I'm definitely going to have to do this year or early next year. Abbey Road. I used to live on Abbey Road. Are they located on Abbey Road? Probably not in SE2, I'm guessing. Infinity Nikki? I don't know. I haven't tried it yet. Is it even out? I know Styx has been playing it, and he says it's a decent game. I know his missus loves it. At the moment, I'm trying that new gacha game that just recently came out, Girls Frontline 2. I think I got past the prologue yesterday, and I'm giving that a try. It's an RTS game. Looks kind of cool, but it's not like an open world game. It is a strictly RTS game. Why are you interested in Infinity Nikki, Sappho? I mean, there's probably loads of Abbey Roads, right? And now you know that there's a studio. But apparently, Gaz and D-Batch has gone into. They've gone into it. It was about time someone was going to get into it with D-Batch anyway. But apparently, they finally locked horns, and Gaz decided to really go after him this time. And it doesn't really end. And you know what? Gaz is right. Gaz is 100% right. And I don't say that often, but he is. It's on PlayStation, right? Or is it desktop only? PC for now. And I think this kind of sums it up. Basically, every time you say something bad about the PS5 Pro, and I can say something bad about the PS5 Pro because I actually own one, and it's within my right. Right? Xbox won't be getting it, Safa. It's only for. It's a PlayStation exclusive. It's really weird because, look, I've had this in my previous streams as well, and it doesn't make sense to me. And if anyone in chat can actually make sense of this, please do tell me. If something that you own is underperforming and you paid a lot of money for it, or it isn't working right and you paid a lot of money for it, would you turn round and say, yeah, but it's better than what you have, so it's okay? So if you bought a Porsche or a Ferrari or a Lamborghini and you paid a lot of money for it, but it goes faster than a 1.0 Mini, right? A 1 liter Mini, a 1 liter engine Mini. It goes faster than a 1 liter Mini. Would you be happy that you are beating in a Ferrari a 1 liter Mini? Like, that's the logic being used here. And I don't understand it. Like, that one to me, just like, you can clearly see here, but you still do thinking all their games won't at some point be on PlayStation. Like, every single retort that he has is, well, Xbox can't do this, and Xbox can't, like, who? Xbox doesn't even factor into the conversation, but because he has no response, he has no argument against it. His only defense is, my double the price console, it can do more than your console, which costs half the price. Hey, newsflash. My 3090 Ti can do more than your PS5 Pro. It's a dumb argument. Steve's 4090 can do more than the PS5 Pro. That is still a dumb argument. I don't get this. I don't get this mentality that you are okay with accepting slops and crap as long as it's better than something that is inferior on paper. Asus phones, I looked into them a little bit, PS5, but I don't really know. I mean, I haven't owned one. I was at one point going to get one, but no way. Is that true, Sappho? Why is it locked to 30 FPS on the Pro? Woodpit, I wouldn't be surprised, right? I genuinely wouldn't be surprised because these developers are being stupid. They're completely disabling the PS5 mode. Why not just leave the PS5 configuration in there? So you can, instead of having like the Pro Max, balanced and all this, just have the basic PS5 mode there as well. It's the same hardware. There's no reason why you can't do that. I think the developers have, a part to play in this stupidity. But it just doesn't make sense to me. Why instead of like these guys turning round, I mean, I don't feel cheated, right? Because I only paid $100 for mine, and if it works, great. If it doesn't, I've still got my original PS5 that I've given to my son that he doesn't use. but he just keeps it there anyway, unplugged and whatnot, in case one day he does want it. I've still got access to it should I really need to go back. And for me, all I would have wasted is $100. I don't have that investment to care like these other guys do, who spent the $600, $700, $800, $900 in order to get it, right? Because if I spent that amount of money and it performed this way, I would be royally pissed. And I would be asking questions. But they're not asking the questions. They're just happy to accept the slop. Well, as long as it's better than Xbox, that's all that matters. I mean, at that point, why not change the argument? As long as it's better than a Super Nintendo, or an Ouya, or, an Atari ST, or let's go even further back, the Atari 2600. I mean, how stupid do we need to get before we start to realize that this is a really, really dumb defense? I don't get it. It just, and Gaz points it out that everything he's arguing, every single defense he's been putting forward, is that it's better than Xbox. And then, where is it? Where is it? I think he hits maximum emotional damage at some point. I mean, even I couldn't believe this one. There you go. D, no one is talking about Xbox's multiplex strat, and I'm the one rinsing Xbox for it all the time. He is. Stop, you keep doing this. If someone mocks PSSR or the Pro, you just bark about how Xbox is dead. Even though it's got nothing to do with Xbox. Right? The whole point of this is them PlayStation fans turning around to Sony and saying, hey, shitheads, we paid a lot of money for this hardware and it's underperforming. You better sort this shit out. We paid hard-earned money for this. And that's what Gaz is saying here. But instead their response is, oh, Xbox is dead. That's not the argument. It makes you look stupid. It absolutely does make him look stupid. And I've said this multiple times in threads to him as well. Your only real retort is, wait for the tools. We've gone back to the waiting game like it was with the original Xbox Series X. And now they're saying, well, it's trash now, but once the tools and stuff are fixed, that doesn't really work. Because at the launch of the Series X and the PS5, tools were new, right? Especially for the Series X. The developers only had the dev kits for 2 months before the launch of the console. PS5, they had them for like 6 months to 7 months prior. But with the Series X, some studios only had it 30 days before launch. There was no way they were going to release anything that was going to be utilizing anything. So you had to wait for them to be accustomed with the new dev kits. They've had 4 years now. The PS5 Pro is just the souped up PS5. What tools are we even talking about here? So he goes, the but Xbox is dead is not relevant to the Pro. Do you get it now? I've been pretty patient helping your pony ass. No, Gaz, your British ass just cannot comprehend it. The Xbox Series X can't compete. Like, what does it have to do with the Xbox? Like, I don't get it. I've had people in here as well that come to me and say, oh, well, it's better than an Xbox. Who's talking about an Xbox? Video capability? Oh, right, you're talking about the actual thing. No, but in theory, on paper, it should perform better than an Xbox. You're paying double the price for it. That's not, that's not something that should be unexpected, right? It's not something that should be, something that isn't normally expected. You don't expect a 4080 to not be more powerful than a Series X or a PS5 Pro. You don't. You expect it to be more powerful. You don't expect it to be more. You get what I'm saying. I'm confusing myself now. Well, the Pro isn't going to sell well at that price, but the point, it's just weird. At least when Xbox really screws up, you always see the Xbox community turn around and ask the questions. You don't see that on the other side. They just take and like this is a prime example of this isn't how you do things, man. It's just weird. It's just weird. And at this point, you have to assume that he's only doing it for engagement. He has to be. I just don't understand why anyone would turn around and say, "I'm happy for my Ferrari that I paid 100 grand for to only beat a 1.0 liter because it's better than yours." I don't care that it can't beat a 1.2, but it can beat that 1.0. So that makes me happy. Huh? I don't know. It just blows my mind. It really does. Like that mentality. We're happy to eat shit, but as long as it's better than what you have, we'll happily eat that shit without any complaints whatsoever. No matter how runny or stinky it is, we will eat that shit and drink that piss without any complaints. Like, fucking crazy, man. Real crazy shit. I think the best one for me right now is that people are complaining that Indiana Jones is a movie game. And I'm like, you what, mate? Woodpit, it is 9 o'clock. You should have eaten dinner ages ago. Gaming, you're missing my point. Ain't like over half their games cinematic experiences? Have a tiny bit of gameplay, then a 45-minute cutscene, then a tiny bit of gameplay, then a 45-minute cutscene, and a tiny bit of gameplay, and another 45-minute cutscene. Unless we're talking about Metal Gear 4. That was like a 2-hour cutscene and then like 2 minutes of gameplay and then another 2-hour cutscene. Wait. You're in the US. Sorry. I'm mixing you with someone else. I actually prefer games to be around the 10 to 12 hour mark. Wait, even that is like I thought that was actually really cool, right? Having that PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2 boot up screen, but it's for a limited time only, right? And I can guarantee that at some point Sony is going to turn around after they've taken it away and say, if you want these boot up screens, $2.99 each or $4.99 each. I guarantee it. It's gonna happen. It's going to happen. They gave it to them as a tester now, as a taster, and then they're gonna turn around and say, if you want it, $4.99 each, and they're gonna make bank. $9.99 each? No, that would be too much. Even though I wouldn't put it past them. You would. You would. I'm trying to get Jez onto the show. I might have some luck after Christmas. Every time I ask him, he's been very busy, but he's the only one that's really from the UK that I can really have working in my time zone outside of Chile. Most people are in a weird, well, I wouldn't say weird, but in a US time zone, so it generally doesn't work with my time. But let's listen to this for a sec. And basically, just to give a synopsis, Jez Corden expresses concern that releasing the next Halo game on the same day as a PlayStation release would pose a problem, which I do agree with, and I don't see it ever happening. He believes that Sony's strategy is to eliminate Xbox market, which I also am on board with. I think that is pretty obvious. Corden also criticizes Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella's strategy. I think we can all agree on that one. So let's see.
But like I said earlier, we just need to see how it's all going to play out. If we get to a point where it's like Halo, the next Halo's day and date on PlayStation, I think there's a problem, you know. I think that is an issue. I think that is giving Sony way too much credit, especially when Sony's strategy is to kill Xbox. I don't know anyone at Xbox who would support that strategy, but Satya Nadella sure would support it, I think.
Oh, yeah, he would. So would Tim Stewart, I think. So would Amy Hood.
Yeah. And because they only count the dollar signs, right? And on paper, it's like, well, if we support PlayStation, then we make this much extra money in the short term. But they never think about, like, the next year or the years ahead. What will the landscape look like if Xbox hardware completely dies off? You know, what will it look like if you give away your whole political advantage by having Xbox as a sort of anchor platform in order to compete with PlayStation and other companies purely on the basis of shaping what the industry looks like? If you give away all of that clout, then you're ending up in a situation they're in with Google and Apple right now, where Google and Apple...
And that's actually a really important point, right? Because at the moment, a lot of the issues that Microsoft is having, especially with the cloud side, is that in terms of infrastructure, Amazon and Google control a lot of it. Sure, Microsoft's Azure is used, but in terms of AWS is way more widespread out there and it's way more in use. And so Microsoft is having to heavily compete with them to get even a foothold into it. But that wouldn't be the case if they had a foot in there already. And with the console platform, they kind of do. And that does act like an anchor point to keep things rooted. But if you remove that entirely, and the way they're going with the whole play anywhere, the Xbox doesn't matter, they lose that aspect. And we've seen a pivotal moment where that's actually backfired with them with the Windows Phone. Because if they continued with the Windows Phone and continued to invest in the Windows Phone and pushed it forward and built it around whatever they needed to build it around, even if it is just a version of Android, at the very least, their phones could by now, potentially, not guaranteed, nothing is set in stone, could have had a much, bigger standing within the, mobile world. It wouldn't be in the Apple thing, but it could have competed with Android. If it had the support, if it had, the devs backing the store up. And then this whole Game Pass situation wouldn't have been as problematic because they could easily bundle it with their phones and promote their mobile phones to the wider spread audience. And those people that want to play it can. And then through that conduit, it's a lot more easier to advertise on how you can install it to other handsets if you don't have it. But they didn't do that. So that's just an easy example of how not having a pivotal point can actually hurt them.
Apple won't let them do shit with AI, with search, all this other stuff. It's like the same mistakes they made with Windows Phone all over again. And it's so weird because Satya himself admitted that in an interview, that like if they kept Windows Phone going, maybe they wouldn't be in so much dire straits with some other aspects of their business right now. But you know, hindsight's 2020. And really, what the shareholders want is a return on investment as soon as possible, before everything else.
Weapon X, I think Days Gone Remastered is real, yes. And I think it's going to be announced at the Game Awards. Actually, I'm pretty sure it's going to be announced at the Game Awards. This isn't the first time I've heard about it. I don't really see the reason why they need a remastered version, but at this point in time, guess what? Honey, okay? Oh, right, my meds. Can you also bring me another drink? Thank you. No matter what remaster Sony release, it doesn't matter what it is. They will buy it. They will buy it. And as long as Sony fans continue to buy remasters, they are cheap to do and have a wealth of return. As a business, would you not milk your community if they were buying the remasters left and right? I'm going to be right back, chat. Give me 2 minutes and I'll be right back. I'll leave chair, but let me know what your thoughts are regarding that. I hope Chair was accommodating. Did Chair keep you busy? Alright, what do you say? Days Gone will get a remaster to remove the current PC version. Leafstone, that could possibly be a reason for it. Nah. I don't know, Steve. I think they are looking short term with the whole Xbox branding. The long term vision that they've got. If they were looking long term, this wouldn't be it. That's my fault. I think they're looking short term at the moment to see what gives the biggest return of interest. I mean, everything is going to get a remaster, right? I think Halo Weapon wasn't it Halo Collector's Edition, or did Gears come after? The Master Chief Collection. I think we'll see what happens. I can't. PS5 blows. No, I get that. We're just having a discussion. No one can actually change what Microsoft does. They will, and this is the thing, right? We've already seen Sony pivoting. And, you know, all the signs are there for what Sony is doing. And it's almost the same as what Microsoft was doing. You know, they're slowly started. First, Microsoft started to slowly push games onto PC. Sony's doing the same. Microsoft started to invest in the cloud a lot more. I know Sony invested in it ages ago, but they never really made a push for it. They kind of gave up with it. Now they're pushing for it quite a lot harder. Microsoft went, you know, you can play Xbox games without a console. Well, guess what? You can now do that with PS5 games without a console. Sony is doing exactly the same. They're just doing it in a really, really slower method. They're not as... The difference is Microsoft has gone extremely aggressive with this. And I think that's why people are finding it hard to adjust. Sony's going at it in a systematic, very, very slow approach to make the change gradual. So these guys don't even realize that the change is happening, but it is happening. You can see it's happening. Oh, I mean, you remember how they were saying in February, it's not just 4 games, it's not just 4 games. Well, you know the cloud, where it's got like 15, 20 games for the PS5? It's not just going to be 15, 25 games. It's going to be more. You know, the whole catalog eventually is going to be on there. So if you're a new person that comes into the PlayStation universe, you can play it through the cloud or through the actual thing. You know, it's not like Sony is doing anything different here. Yeah, Chair definitely has personality. Yeah, Steve. I mean, with the ABK deal, they did fast forward 10 years. I mean, obviously, the point I was making was they have a plan, a really long term plan, but that plan has kind of fast tracked now where they want to see a quicker return, and I think the slower approach may have been easier for people to comprehend. But do you know what? At the end of the day, my playtime this year on my review on Xbox, I had like 165 hours on Xbox Series X, 165 hours on PC. I had a 50-50 split. That was my playtime. Just for Xbox games. That shows you how the whole Xbox ecosystem has worked really, really well for me. Because if I didn't have access to the PC, if I didn't have access to both, my time would have been halved in terms of gameplay. It stopped tracking from probably about October, November. Yeah, I think probably by the end of October it stopped tracking. That's when the tracking ended because I've got way more hours in Starfield, and that came after October when I really went hard on it. But it doesn't have the latest numbers I have on Starfield. Definitely isn't live, 100%. I've got 120 hours or 130 hours on Starfield, but the actual my review showed that I spent 85 hours in Starfield. He got a whole 55 minutes in cloud gaming. If they checked my cloud gaming last year, I had loads. This year, I can't play cloud on my internet. Not in this property. It's awful. If we reach my members' goal, obviously I've started it halfway through this month, so I'll be doing it throughout the whole of December as well. But generally, it's going to be like a monthly goal. I will play any game that you want, and that means any game. Please don't be nasty. And on any difficulty. No matter what it is. Sekiro, Elden Ring, Banana Game. No, Steve, I am not playing Dildo Catcher. Even though if that's what you all vote for, I won't really have a choice. Unless I get banned, and then I won't have a channel anymore. But if we hit the goal, on whatever difficult, I'll play whatever game you want, at whatever difficulty, on a special stream. No matter how frustrated I get, I cannot quit. It will be through the members, yeah. But it will be an additional stream to the members community night. Hey, Paul. I mean, Susano, for example, on Steam, I've got, give or take, about 200 hours this year on Tower of Fantasy, and I've probably got another 30 hours on it on the test servers, which none of it is tracked. Genshin Impact, none of that is tracked. I've probably got like 60 hours of that this year, maybe more. I played at least about 20, 30 hours of Wuthering Waves, maybe about 40 hours of Nikkei. So just through the gacha games alone, I've got like 400 hours this year. But none of that is tracked. It doesn't show anywhere. Oh god, Peppa Pig. I want to be... At least it's not Bluey. I mean, I could, and I'd also get potentially banned. I don't think streaming emulators is wise in this day and age. 12 has to be like... I mean, that's just for this year. I've played it for on and off. I've played it for about 4 years now. What, 2 years, 3 years now? I think we're in our 3rd year. And you know, for a lot of that, I use the official launcher, so that doesn't track time. No, it's a Bluey dog, I think. That seems to be really popular with kids. I'm assuming you guys are going to pick something that's totally soul destroying, so I'll prepare myself. But hey, you need to get to that goal first. You do need to get to that goal first. Prologue. If you know, you know. So, apparently Suicide Squad is back. But it decided to, you know, do itself in because apparently it's game over in January. These are the last 2 updates that you're getting, and then that is it. No more. You are getting an offline mode as well, so you can play offline. And that will be the end of the cycle for this game. They are ending it with Deathstroke. I think this is still on sale on Xbox right now if you didn't get it on the Epic Game Store. And it's $5, 95% off. Oh my god, Quantum Error. Sentiment? You mean Pentiment? That's actually not a bad game. I would actually enjoy that, which is why they won't actually let me play it, because I've now admitted to enjoying it. I've already started that game. Hey, Talos. How's it going? So what you all need to do is go buy the deluxe edition for $5, make the publisher happy, play some Deathstroke, realize it still isn't a good game, and say, well, at least I got my $5 worth, and the game's going to always be there now because it's offline. What do you mean it's not worth $5? It won't boot. I wonder if it's still in my PlayStation library. Probably not. They probably removed it. Could this be the game we are looking for? What do you mean? What do you mean, Taz? Who I had to decide because... I played the beta, I think it was, and it just felt really, really generic really quickly. That was my biggest issue with it. It just felt too repetitive. Maybe I'm just going off those games. Crazy Bus on Xbox from 2004. Well, at least no one suggested me playing Season 4 of Suicide Squad, so at least someone out there loves me. That would probably be torture for Steve, because he's going to see how bad I am at the game and cry as I'm going through the game. So, Gaming Kinda, who gave Indiana Jones a solid 6.5 out of 10, is great, actually. So he got it wrong. Now he gets it wrong. So he said the 6.5 to get all the clips and the clout and, you know, the whole views and stuff like that. He made an outrageous statement and they got all the clicks and stuff and made a lot of money. And then he comes out and retracts what he says and says now it's good. I see the strat he's using. PS5 blows. It, you know, at the beginning it's fun, and honestly, the dialogue between, you know, the banter between them isn't bad. Some of it is funny. I like the Kingpin part. Crazy Bus Xbox. Okay, let's look this up. But yeah, that's exactly what he did, right? He basically said, yeah, this is bad. And then everyone's like, what, are you crazy? Everyone's talking about him. His SEO goes up. You know, he starts trending on Twitter. More people find his channel. More people go searching for the actual stream or the video that he's done. So that gets extra exposure. It gets shared around. Clips of it get shared around, which then invites more people in. And then he comes out and goes, sorry, I got this one wrong. It's actually a really good game. And all the while, he's played everyone. Alright, so let's check it out. Let's check it out. Crazy Bust. Wait, no. Is this real? Or is this the game? Is it called Crazy Bus or the bus? Hey, Snowy. Is this it? Hey, Paul, is this the game?
Wow, it's very nice.
It's called Crazy Bus. That's what I put. Crazy Bus. Xbox. That's not helping. There's nothing here. See? Nothing here. And it's now completely tainted my search. There's nothing there. Hey, you know I'm not telling. There's no lies in what I said. Man, the port begging started already. Man, if that gets announced, that is going to cause a shitstorm. No lie, if that gets announced, that is What do you think of the chances that Starfield gets announced? If Starfield ain't gone by the end of the year, it's not going. Yeah, I think so too. I think that's I think that's where it's gonna be. So Valve. Don't really have a picture for Valve. Or a video of anything. Oh, before we get to the Valve thing, just as a reminder for those of you that are Shenmue fans or want Shenmue on Xbox, the publisher wants to know if you're actually interested in Shenmue appearing on Xbox. If you are interested, they just want to see or gauge interest. So if you go to that link and fill up that form, then it's basically like a little small petition. But it's done by the new publisher, In Games, and if they see that there's enough of a demand for Shenmue 3, they will most likely bring it to Xbox. Oh, for fuck's sake. What is wrong with... Well, actually, I shouldn't ask what's wrong with you. It's the whole purpose of the punishment. Look, like I said, get it to 50. And you can pick whatever game you want. Can't get fairer than that. Bullets, it'll become great as soon as they port it over. It'll be the best game on the planet as soon as they port it over. It will be the greatest game since since the sliced bread. That's why I stopped Gorsty. I realized what I asked, and there was just literally no point to that question. That there was not a single answer that I could get back that would make any sense. Nice try, Steve. Nice try. But Valve are looking, well, they are going to be entering the console space. They entered it before and it didn't do very well, but it looks like they've cracked the code with the Steam Deck. And it looks like they are going to be kind of aiming to go in that direction when it comes to the Steam console. It will probably be released alongside the Steam Deck 2. But what impact do you think this will have on the overall landscape? Now, you've got people like Puerto Rock who say, well, Sony are just going to withdraw their games, but they're not, because the Steam Deck can just plug into your TV and act as a console, and they're not doing that. So that's just not going to happen. Ponies don't buy games either. I don't know what else to tell you. Every company that decides to work with PlayStation says that they just didn't sell enough. The sales didn't meet their expectations. They couldn't shift enough copies, and they no longer want to. Even, Pearl Abyss turned down PlayStation and said, no, your money isn't good here because you don't sell enough games on your platform. And you've actually got the consoles out there. So, really, that's not an argument to use when your own platform... you've got publishers who basically turn around and tell Sony, your money isn't good here because your gamers don't buy games. We don't sell enough games on your platform. So we would rather go the multi-plat route. Do I need to say more? Steve, there is nothing you can say or do outside of hitting that gold that's going to get me to play Dragon Age Veilguard. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Shit ain't happening. Ain't happening. But yeah, the Steam Deck essentially is a console in itself. So, Valve entering the console market, I think, is quite interesting. But what do you think? No. I can't say I do, Paul. Although it does ring a bell, but I don't remember it much outside of the name. But I could play Streets of Rage, right? You guys could be kind to me and I could play Streets of Rage. Shenmue should be on Xbox. It's a Sega game, really. And Sega has usually been good with Xbox. Yeah, but Sega doesn't own the rights to Shenmue. I think they gave that along to Yu Suzuki. Steam could easily just win the show by just adding a free to all of their franchises. Right? All they would have to do is go, hey guys, Team Fortress free, Portal free, Half-Life free, Counter-Strike free. I could go on. All of them exclusive only to the Steam platform. To PCs. Done. Game, set, and match. People would be... They would sell loads. Left 4 Dead free. All they need to do is add that number 3. I know they're allergic to number 3. It's like a thing where they literally can't do a third. They have a serious problem with doing a number 3. But all they need to do is just add a 3 to the end of all of their games that they've developed, and that is enough for them to have a competing platform. It's really that simple. But what I found quite interesting was that Microsoft game saves now with Indiana Jones now actually work. If you connect your Microsoft account through Game Pass, you can actually, through the xCloud, you can transfer your save over to Steam and it works. I think that's a really good integration. I know it's a small Xbox integration into Steam, but all things start with the first step, as they say. No, I think you're underestimating. I think you are very much underestimating. Titan AE. Titan AE. And it's got to be better than the Crates Bus because that doesn't exist. Alright. What, from the year 2000? Is this from the year 2000? Clock. But isn't that what essentially the Steam console will be? It's just going to be an affordable console. It's going to be an affordable PC. Literally. Alright, so this is Titan AE apparently, the one that he wanted to check out. Let's have a look. What is this? Aliens rule? Well, with our Prime Minister, you might as well sell he's an alien. He doesn't care about his citizens, that's for sure. Fight the battle. It's a weird mix of art style, right? You've got animation with CGI. I don't think that generally works. I get why they did it back then, but I still don't think it actually works. Is that it? Yeah. It needs more Picard, but it's not bad. Needs a little more Picard though. It wasn't bad though. Definitely something I might sit down and watch. It's a movie called Titan AE. Well, they've been talking about remastering Unity for a while, right? So it wouldn't surprise me if that was being done. But at the moment, I don't think you should be wanting any game because they're in the process of absolutely destroying Ubisoft for reasons that's painfully obvious to devalue the company so they can buy it for chips. They need to sort out that whole ownership thing before they delve into, anything else really. They need to sort that out because everything they're doing is suffering because of it. They want to devalue the company's value. So releasing a good game probably isn't on the cards for them. It's not something that they want to do. And that is something that I don't get, but I do get. I understand why it's doing that. It's just weird nonetheless. They cannot block Tencent from buying it, but Tencent can't buy it anyway. Well, technically, Tencent already has ownership of it. So basically, Tencent can't actually buy more than 49.9%. They already own 49.9%, and they bought an additional, I think, 5% or 10% of shares. So they technically own over 50%. But that 10% that they bought doesn't come into effect until it's either 2027 or 2030. I think it's until 2027 that they can't sell their shares, but they can kind of put it into motion to sell. But they can't get more than 49.9% until 2030. Even though they own more than 49%. At the moment, they're restricted at 49.9%. And what the Guillermo family, I assume, is doing is just constantly trying to trash the numbers down to the point where Tencent will be forced to sell. And Tencent is being resistant. But they can't do anything until 2030. And the Guillermo family is just trashing it because they own 51%. Until 2030. I haven't seen the new combat. My cat, I've got two cats. One is called Oreo, and the other is called Efe. Hey, Alpha One, how's it going? But I'm hoping the game is, Shadows is going to be good. But we shall see. But what do you think about... Microsoft said they're releasing a console in 2 years, right? And I don't expect Valve's new Steam console to be ready until about that time. Do you think Microsoft and Valve could work in partnership? And yes, I'm fully aware I'm already being clipped about this as I'm talking and taken out of context by James. He's completely editing everything I say so I'm saying something I'm not actually saying. That guy is weird. But What do you mean by replace? I mean, Xbox is making a console. We know that. So it's not going to replace. They're either going to work together or they're going to release separate consoles entirely. Oh, Cesano, the ponies get around the stables and then start jerking each other off at my clips. And all I can say is, thank you for the view. I appreciate it, and move on. Nah. That's baloney. Not at all. As far as Valve's concerned, Valve wants to be everywhere, right? Them releasing hardware is one thing, and it expands their reach. But if they can get themselves onto, let's say right now, just now, right? Let's say if they can get Steam onto the current Series X. They've now got Steam in 30 million more households. People who generally don't like to PC game, that are console gamers, their outreach by putting Steam on the Series X would open up to 30 million more players. And if multiple people use that console, you're looking, give or take, maybe 35 to 40 million players. That's a lot of outreach by just putting it onto one platform. So in regards to Steam, it's a no-brainer for them to expand and get it in more places, because all they care about, they don't care about exclusivity. They just care about money and making more of it. So for them, it would be all about getting the right percentage agreement between Microsoft and themselves. It's not nonsense, because Microsoft has been working on a sandbox for Windows for a while now. You are wrong, Steve. They've been working on a sandbox to get Xbox working just like they have got Android working on desktop PCs. Once they have that working, that will be the new platform. That will be the new interface that they're going to go with. But Xbox needs the consoles to sell Game Pass. They're one and the same. Most of their Game Pass sales come from consoles. So to say that the console is irrelevant is nonsensical. You're not looking at it from a business point of view. You're looking at it from a fanboy point of view, and you're clouding your own judgment. You're not thinking straight. I've always... Dude! Chat, seriously. You know what? I'm going to put a poll up now. I'm going to put a poll, because I haven't done one today, and I'm going to do it. Because all of you have given me shit for this for so long, and I don't get it. But... there you go. There's the poll. I have always said yes, it matters. Not once have I said it doesn't. I said with the cloud gaming structure, when that comes in and you can buy your cloud games, they are still playing that on an Xbox Series S or X. So technically those cloud players are still Xbox users because they're playing an Xbox version. So as far as a third-party publisher is concerned, they are still playing their games on an Xbox console. Even if it is through the cloud, they are still accessing an endpoint that is a console. But the console sales matters. Yes, I've always said this. Always said this. I get grilled for it every single damn time. Where have you been? Hell, I've told you this multiple times. It matters. Is it bugged? I'm not hearing it. Well, I've turned it off. Shut up, Steve. Suicide Squad crashed on PS5 Pro. But I've always said that, Bags. And I've always argued for it. And I've always given the argument when a third-party developer looks at your platform and sees how many players, how many consoles are sold, they look at the console sales. They don't look at MAUs. They don't care about MAUs. They care about your install base. And the more install base you have, the more chances they have of releasing their games on your platform. I've never said anything to the contrary of this. And do you know what? I think I've just realized why no one can see what I've put over there, because the actual members is covered up by my logo. No, I did not realize this. And no one has said anything. Mistakes were made. Let's shift this over to this side for the time being, and I'll find another place for it later. But I've always said this, and I've never ever said anything to the contrary. I mean, you insinuated I did. You put down, so console sales matter? Question mark? As if I've always said that it doesn't. Do you have 21 members to celebrate you? Nope. Infinite, that's a double-edged sword, right? Because the answer to that is yes, and at the same time, no. Because let's say, for example, Microsoft has sold, right now they've sold 30 million consoles, right? But hypothetically, we're using hypotheticals here, by the end of the year, or by the next Xbox earnings call, they announced that they've got 80 million Game Pass subscribers on Ultimate. That are Ultimate subscribers, and they've got, give or take, roughly 50 million users that are using the cloud. Those 50 million are still using an Xbox console in order to actually play. Even though they're not buying the console, they are by proxy, by endpoint, playing on an Xbox console. So those 50 million technically now, even though they haven't got a console, now become, by proxy of the cloud through an endpoint on a Series X or S console, Xbox console users. And if they're buying their games in order to play them, even better. But the console user base increases. So that is the landscape that Microsoft is going for. But yes, right now, they're not there yet. So right now, the console sales do matter. But where they want to get is the picture that I've just painted. And if they can get there, then the sales of the console won't matter anymore. It's just like the PS Portal. If it starts getting day and date games on the cloud for them to play, the cloud will instantly become more lucrative. Right? And anyone that's playing on the cloud with a PS Portal now counts as a console. Because they're playing through, by proxy, a PS5. It works both ways. You mean people like me who bought the console? Yeah, we matter. But as you can see, everyone is moving ahead. Unfortunately, us old heads are being left behind. And it is just the way it is. That is not a secret. That is not anything. I mean, I genuinely didn't expect Sony to be turning around and saying this year you can play PS5 games without a PS5 console. Did anyone expect that this year? Did anyone see that coming? Because I didn't. I expected it next year. But Sony's already trying to get users warmed up to that idea and accepting that idea. But they're doing it very, very slowly, not with a sledgehammer. The hell's that? Oreo, was that you? Hey, Chille. There's already rumors that Wolverine will be coming to Xbox as well. Whether that's true or not is to be seen. But that's you know, we're already seeing it. Clark, you'll always have one until they don't give you one. We are going to get to a point where consoles won't be made anymore. I think personally the next generation will probably be the last. I mean, I think next generation is going to be discless entirely. Sony has no say in it, Infinite. It's all Disney. With Spider-Man, they have leverage. With Wolverine, they have not. Wolverine movie? No, don't be. Let's not be crazy now. Hey, Chille, how's it going? You will not be dead by then. You have conquered cancer. You shall live on to see those dark ages. Oh, he's about to bark. One sec, chat. then I don't know. Give him cuddles and stuff, and maybe he'll throw up on you.
I'm good.
You can bring me a drink. Sorry about that, chat. My cat's feeling almost like it's gagging. It looks like it's going to throw up a hairball. At the moment, I think it's doing better numbers than Overwatch. I don't know if it's better than Overwatch. I don't play either of them, to be fair. Mate, GTA 6 hasn't come yet, and you guys are talking about GTA 7. Infinite, you're saying there are still millions of people without internet good enough to run stable cloud, so it's an enjoyable experience. Yeah, I don't think these companies really care. I mean, Sony doesn't care when they restrict, half the world from not playing their games, right? Are you complaining to Sony with their PSN requirement when they don't allow half of the world to play? Forget about cloud gaming. They just outright ban anyone that can't use PSN to play their games. Are you also going to Sony and standing as an activist and complaining and holding your righteousness up? Because it's all good, fighting for one corner and trying to look all kind of, knowledgeable and powerful. But if it's only one-sided, then it's kind of hypocritical. Hey, Ramby, take these, please. Take your mum's pudsy stuff. Take this. Can you take these? Take that one there too. I can't record them. You can put it in. See? Big brain. You know I'm right. And in Sony's case, it doesn't even make any sense why they're doing it, outside of the fact that they want to get projected MAUs to compete with Microsoft, to appease their shareholders. So they're losing money. Oh god, no one wants to see this shit game. You guys have an irrational... No, you're mistaking me for someone else. What is it what I said that's irrational hate? I actually want to hear this. What have I said that's irrational hate? Let's go. Look at COD, for example. Without the PlayStation user base, Xbox would lose its ass on a game like that on potential profits. Yeah. I'm not getting the argument here. So what you're saying is what Microsoft should do is be completely mentally insane and turn around and say, hey, half the world, you can't play this game because we don't like money. Is that what you're saying? I'm a little confused here. Are you basically saying that Microsoft should turn around and say, 60 million players on PlayStation, half of the world, you can't play this game because we don't like money? Devastator, yes. And just to remind everyone, we will be doing video games live here. We'll be going live roughly about half an hour before. It will be completely demonetized, which means that there will be no adverts on my end. And I've got YouTube Premium, which means everything I'm watching will be advert free as well. Obviously, if you want to, support the show via super chats or memberships, you are free to do so, but not expected to do so. But if you want to join in for the fun and banter, we will be definitely having a demonetized show because, well, no one wants to see adverts on a trailer that they're just watching. That's like the worst thing that could possibly happen. Bags, there's already someone doing that right now. I guarantee it. The amount of clips I see on X with me out of context, or the ones that I love the best is where I'm talking and you can see where they've cut it in so many different places just so it can look like I'm saying something different when I'm not. I like those ones. The amount of effort that people go into to make it look like I'm saying stuff that I don't actually say is crazy. Like, that is some sad, sad shit right there. But, what can I say? That is the pony life. And I've only ever seen that being done by PlayStation fans, by the way. I've never seen an Xbox fan do that. Chaos Express Twitter. Yeah, Football Club 25. Xbox, I don't know what they were thinking with that, but they definitely fooled everyone with that one. But Infinite, take the fanboyism out. You have to see that what Sony is doing is silly. They're opting to lose money. You're talking about cloud not being great in some areas. They are Devastator. They are. I mean, I've seen Blurkle. The guy's like completely shitting on Indiana Jones, and it is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But if you take the fanboyism out, no one can really under defend what Sony is doing with those other countries. The games work. There's no reason. I mean, actually making people who bought the game not able to play it. Come on, who actually thinks that's a good idea? What's a great idea, Bags? Susanna, that is exactly what it does. People just pirate the games and they get nothing. Literally nothing. Right? They get absolutely nothing. And it's crazy. To make Dustborn 2? Please no. That was already part funded by the US. I don't know how they got away with that one. If it wasn't available on one platform, then people would migrate to where it is. Oh yeah, for sure. Like if I have no doubt in my mind in thinking, right, that if Microsoft made Call of Duty exclusive to Xbox, they would have taken so many players off Sony. So many people would have bought an Xbox for it. I don't even have an inkling in my mind where that would have happened. Call of Duty is too big a game. That definitely would have happened. Anyone saying it wouldn't is delusional. This is a game where people buy a single console just to play that single game. And do you think that's not going to happen? Of course it would have. That's why the FTC fought so hard for Sony to make sure that wouldn't happen. You should be thankful to the FTC. They couldn't, Bags. The FTC would not let them do it. The FTC in the trial said, "What about my PlayStation?" They wanted to secure their they wanted to secure their own, man. They were out for themselves. They weren't out for the consumer. They were out for themselves. For someone who spends a lot of money, they do kind of, you know, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. You are not wrong. Thank you for the super chat, dude. I appreciate it. I'm not the one that's being irrational, though. You are. You're the one that's being irrational. For you, Sony can do no wrong. For you, Sony is the greatest of all time. For you, Sony has a higher pedestal than God. For you, Sony is the equivalent of a deity. For me, neither Microsoft or Sony hold that position. My loyalty is to my wallet. My wallet is my deity. The difference is, you're too stuck in your ways of a fanboy. I'm an Xbox fan, but I don't go as far as fanboying. Have a good night, Paul. But you're saying I'm being irrational. The only way I can be irrational is if I'm not towing the company line, and I will never toe a company line. Not Xbox or PlayStation. I have always been loyal to my wallet. What gives me the best value for my money? I have a PlayStation 5. I have a PlayStation 5 Pro. I have a Series S and an X. I have a Switch. I don't have an OLED. I don't use it enough, to be fair. But I do have a Steam Deck. I have a very powerful gaming PC. I play whatever pretty much I want. I've never shied from being an Xbox fan. But I'm not one of those, fanboys that will go all out in defending them like the second coming. That's just not me. And I thought, by now people who turn up to these streams would see that. I've criticized Microsoft multiple times. I've criticized Sony multiple times. Nintendo I don't touch. I don't want to be sued. And I've said that multiple times. Nintendo I don't touch because I don't want to be sued. Because Nintendo will sue you. Hey, Bags, it cost me $100. I'm loyal to my wallet. I did not spend 700. Yeah, but my YouTube covers that. There's a certain amount of, the money I make from YouTube, I pretty much reinvest into the shows and picking up stuff for streams and stuff. And I haven't bought it. Well, I got the early access for £20. CD keys, man. I don't think that's ever gonna get old. I'm never gonna live that down. Everyone thinking I stole it. I did not steal it. So wait, let me get this right. So you want me to be one of these lackeys who will defend a console when it's underperforming? So the PS5 Pro is underperforming and you want me to defend it? I mean, I don't feel bad because I only spent $100 on it. But if I had spent $700, I would have refunded that console. Guaranteed. Until they fix the shit that's going on with it, I would have refunded that console and got my money back. But at $100, it was a gift as well. I can't really go wrong for $100. So I keep it. But I would still criticize it. How can you, who have spent $700 on a console, turn around and say, despite the fact that it is underperforming, playing like shit, and accept it? Are you insane? Are you actually insane? Because if you are happy with that, dude, I have got, probably somewhere upstairs a Nintendo console. You can buy them for like 20 quid now on eBay. I will sell it to you for $500. It's going to underperform compared to a PlayStation 5 and a Series X, but you don't care about that, right? You are totally okay with it running at 15 FPS. Are you insane? You are happy to pay for a product that is running badly, underperforming, and you don't want to hold the company accountable for it? What is wrong with you? You are exactly a prime example of what is wrong with the PlayStation community. You are willing to eat any slop, any shit that they give you without asking for better. That's insane. That is why I criticize the PS5 Pro. Because it should be doing better. It's double the price of the Series X. It should be performing better. Games shouldn't be running worse. These questions should be brought to Sony. Consumers should be holding them accountable for it. The negative feedback should be at their doorstep with consumers who have spent that money asking them, what the fuck are they doing? Not sitting there and saying, please sir, can I have some more? What sort of mental insanity is that? Jesus Christ. That's just so stupid. Hold them accountable. I've always held the Xbox accountable. When they do dumb shit, I'm on these streams saying they've done dumb shit. when they have their stupid advert out saying no consoles required, I was here criticizing them day one. It's not one for one and not one for the other. I am the same to both. But to turn around and accept slop after you got charged 700 quid, I'm sorry, but that's crazy to me. And here's the thing, right? I actually go back to the PS4 days. I loved my PS4. They delivered countless amazing games. And so I praised them all the time. It was like it was like the PS2 and the PS4 were great. The PS3 not so great. And the PS5 has been pretty decent. But the Pro, it's not working. It's a faulty product. Games are appearing worse when you've got PSSR enabled and you can't disable it. So people who sold their PS5 now actually have a worse experience than someone who bought a £300 PS5. How is that acceptable? And you're sitting here saying that I'm trashing it for no reason? No, there is a reason for the trashing. Because I want them to do better, be better. And the more the community turns around and says, yes, Sony, you're doing fantastic. We don't care about the slop you're giving us. We'll chomp it all up. Why do you think they're even going to bother caring to fix it? They're not. You want them to fix it. You want them to make the console better. People paid a lot of money for it. And I'm not wrong in this. That would be... If Wukong wins, that's going to be hilarious. Sorry for the rant. The PlayStation first-party games that are performing great are generally PS4 games. Even Gran Turismo 7 performs badly. If you up it up to the maximum where PSSR is at its full potential, you actually get a worse display than you would at 4K. Even Gran Turismo 7 performs badly. But if I paid a lot of money for something, I want it to perform. Like I said at the beginning of the stream, if I went and bought a Ferrari or a Lamborghini, I don't expect it to just be a 1-liter Mini. I expect it to, perform to the specifications that it's been set. And this is why I was saying with the whole D-Batch thing at the beginning, every defense that he has is that it's better than Xbox. Well, it's double the price of an Xbox. So, yeah, it should be better, but that shouldn't be the standard you're aiming for. The standard you should be aiming for is, I bought this with Mark Cerny giving me a promise of this specification and this performance. I'm not getting that performance. Why not? No one is asking these questions. Now the narrative is, well, you just have to wait until the tools are ready. I've got a bridge to sell you, by the way. I'll have the tools ready probably by 3167. So they'll be ready by 3167. But I can sell you the bridge now. And when you come back in 3167, you can pick up the tools because they'll be ready by then. just irritating. Anyway. By the way, does anyone know what happened to Matt Booty? Has he quit? Does anyone actually know what happened to Matt Booty? Bags. That's why I don't say anything about Nintendo. I don't play their games. I mean, I would love to stream their games, but I'm scared they would sue me. Like, genuinely, I am concerned that they would sue me. I've seen them issue, you know, takedown orders for certain channels just because they've been streaming games on release day. So I don't want any of that. I've seen it. I've witnessed it. I'm happy not to touch Nintendo. If they don't want me to play their games on stream, I'm okay with it. His last comment. I didn't say 2167 clock. I said 31. I mean, all the games that are going, Steve, will be a case by case basis. And they will, when it comes to the Xbox games and the Xbox red line crap, essentially, they are never going to deny or say no game is off the record. Even though internally, they may have certain games that are off, just generally not ever going to go. Because they've had tweets and stuff pulled up from 2014, 2013 of them saying stuff that's changed. No one knows what the future will hold. But in 20 years' time, things may change and everything may converge to one, and then you're still going to get one asshat come out and go, look, I've data mined a tweet from 2001 and you said this. You've gone back on your word 30 years later. So to avoid that and the hassle and the backlash that you get from it, I think what they did was the right choice. It was either all exclusive or just say there's no red tape and internally you know what the hell you're doing and keep driving forward. Of course, that does drive insecurity amongst the Xbox owners, and it does create a divide and it does create drama, but I just don't see any other way with the way Satya Nadella is going forward with it. If it was left to Satya on his own, I think Xbox would probably cease to exist as a console. He wants third party, but Sarah and Phil doesn't want that. At least Phil doesn't. David, have you heard anything from Matt? I haven't really heard anything from Matt Booty in a long, long time. It's almost like the guy's disappeared. The last thing I heard him say was about how he wants more smaller games, and he was taken out of context when Tango Gameworks was let go. Were being closed down. What he was referring to was games like Dave the Diver and things like that. But at the end of the day, that's the last we've heard of him. I haven't heard anything else from him. What he was referring to was small teams. Like Dave the Diver was made by a really small team. Grounded was made by 6 people. They're looking for games that are made with a team of like 2 to 10 people that basically become sensational hits. Indie games, small games, like Balatro, that was made by 1 person, and the guy's rich, especially after the exposure it got at the Game Awards. But those are the type of successes that he was referring to. But people took what he said as, small games like smaller titles like Hi-Fi Rush and Banjo-Kazooie and Crash Bandicoot. That's not what he was referring to, of course. But the internet will be the internet. Hi-Fi Rush was not a small game. Ventura, what the hell? Oh man, I am gonna be so clipped on. I'm gonna be so clipped on this stream. It's gonna be viral. Oh shit! I probably shouldn't have gone off the way I did. You'll be 397 years old in Fate 167. Can't wait to see the true power. Hey, Clark, come back to me when you're 397 and I'll sell you the tools. I did not say that. Take that back, Bags. I did not say that. I'm not even going to read it because I know it's going to be taken out of context. So, no. You're not going to get me with that one. Nuh-uh. No way. Not happening. Oh, God. Bad news? What say is the bad news? Let me see. Let me see. Let's see. Chille. You only played Final Fantasy 14 for 1,310 hours? That is very disappointing, Chille. Very disappointing. I expected 1,311, but, to commemorate Final Fantasy 11, you just missed it by an hour, man. You have failed this city. The one where he was high praising Indiana Jones. Yeah, I watched bits of it. Surprised he really enjoyed it. Clark, your wish is my command. Ta-da! Actually, can they hear you? They can hear you now.
Well, hi, Clark. But you can hear me now. Hi. You requested it. Hi. I don't know why, but hi. Hello.
You see, it's almost like magic. When you request something, it just happens.
Yeah. If you ask and do it politely. I mean, get on is probably not the most polite, but still, if you do it in some kind of politeness.
David, I assume for the bigger games, they do these developer directs to give you more context and background. So I suspect for the bigger games, yes. For the smaller ones, no. Games like Towerborn, they will not. But for the bigger games, I think they will.
Hey, Clark. Hope you're doing well. Hi, chat. Hope everyone is having a good day. I ended my own stream a little early because my voice wasn't great, but I've had a little bit of time to rest beforehand, so I can come say hi for a bit.
Hope you're feeling better, dude.
Thank you. I'm a little bit better. A little better than yesterday, at least. My throat was really sore. I request Winnie next. Okay, I'm not the miracle from Bleach, okay?
Arthur, I said I grant wishes, not miracles. And Bags, if Infinite wants to jump in, I'm more than happy for him to jump in.
Hey, Snowy. And yes, Steve, there's a pony that likes mince pies on. Well, to be fair, ponies, they like mince pies, right? Then anyway, so.
So, Chille.
Yeah.
Taz wants me to have punishments for every time
He's listening to me enough punishment.
For every time a certain number, I guess, number of super chats or something like that. I think I read above.
Okay.
What punishment would you think is suitable?
What's
that? Playing Final Fantasy 14? My dude!
Are you? But you have to you have to play Fantasy 14, but you can only do the dungeons with duty support.
I gave you praise there.
Oh. I don't know what punishment.
Devastate
I'm going to think about it.
Canadian dollars.
Something you already have to take your glasses off as a punishment, and frankly, that's one of the worst punishments you can do as someone who wears glasses.
Ooh. How much time do you have?
I'm free all night now. Well, I still want to record some stuff because I got a busy weekend, but apart from that,
Devastator's been dying for you to watch a video.
Why does everyone dislike mince pies? Why am I? Are you all buying store-bought cheap ones? No offense to like. Have you ever made them at home?
No, but I did have Turkish pizza today.
What's a Turkish pizza?
Let me show you. Even though Taz is gonna.
I mean, people are gonna hate me because I dislike pizza as a thing anyway.
Sorry, Taz.
Yeah, I agree, Susano. Most of the well, I say that, but I can't eat any of the pre-made ones anyway because I have a nut allergy. So
this is basically lahmacun.
Like I say, most of those look like pancakes.
No, trust me.
Not gonna lie.
There's meat on them and everything. So you got like
savory pancakes.
Meat. You put your onions on it, some herbs, tomatoes, lemon.
Okay, you lost me with
and
onions.
You wrap it up. You don't have to put onions, but I'm just saying.
Okay,
you can put your own thing on there. But really nice food.
Nice. It looks nice. Apart from the onions, I really don't. Onions make me gag for some reason. Unless they're like really finely chopped up, I can't.
You heard it here, right? He likes to gag. Just saying, a pony that likes to gag.
just put an onion in front of me. Well, in my mouth.
You've heard that right? An onion in his mouth.
Person likes to cut these stuff up and make it out of context. Congratulations. I'm not chaos, but there you go.
I begged. You had some lahmacun. Nice.
I mean, I would like to give that a try if it wasn't for the onion.
If you ever come to London, I'll treat you to some.
Again.
Yep.
I was in London twice in the last 2 months. But so there's a video supposedly.
Oh yes. Okay, chat. You thought I raged. You've seen nothing.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna say this.
My voice dies and I can't stream tomorrow. It's your fault, chat.
Look, all I'm gonna say is that Devastator has been waiting for 3 weeks now for you to react to this video.
Okay. Well, hopefully it will please him.
The video is called Final Fantasy XIV Fanboys, yourself, believe that their game will save Square Enix from failing.
I mean, yes, it will. And it has.
Hey, Wayne's World. All right. I don't normally like this dude on my channel, but I'm making an exception because Devastator has been salivating for this for a while.
Oh no, Dreamcast guy.
Even worse. Even worse.
Reforge?
It's your favorite guy.
It's like a rallying cry.
Oh no, it's this man.
It's
I
like
forgot his name.
It's like
One
a
second,
religion. Every time that Square Enix posts another L, the fanboys come crawling out of the woodwork while Final Fantasy
Can I say,
14.
one second, before we even start this, I think my voice is horrible. I have probably one of the worst voices on Twitch and YouTube. I sound like crap. And I still feel I sound better than him. And I sound bad. I sound like shit. Him, I just, no. Anyway, carry on, sorry. He sounds so stereotypical.
He's already raging.
Teen will keep them afloat every single time. Never mind that the newest expansion, Dawn Trail, was a complete and utter failure. The mindset is the same that Blizzard fanboys had back when WoW came out. Like, well, yeah, sure, Blizzard stopped making.
Does he have his eyes open?
I don't know.
I'm just confused.
I think he's partially
most
sleeping.
of the time, it looks like his eyes. Yeah, he looks like he's asleep most of the time.
Or there's light in front of him that's blinding him.
Maybe it's... Also, why is he never facing the camera? Why is he to the side? Also, that's a great pause. Well done.
Oh, that's nice, Wayne. Nice to see you back under.
Ah, good to see. Okay, but yeah, also, has he broken his glasses? Because that looks like he's taped them up.
Someone probably said something about Pikachu.
Okay.
That's my guess.
Anyway, carry on, sorry.
Yeah, the StarCraft game that came out wasn't as good. Diablo got worse. They stopped producing new games in general, but it's okay because World of Warcraft is going to keep them afloat. Absolutely no regard at all for the creativity of the company. No regard at all for they place no value in the creation of new IPs or niche products. No, because WoW is the greatest thing in gaming, the only viable MMORPG.
No. It's not the fact that WoW is the greatest source of the greatest game in gaming. I'm sure it's a wonderful game. The issue is it's a good revenue source that has a constant income, and that is the benefits of both Final Fantasy XIV and World of Warcraft. They have a monthly subscription, therefore they know that there is a steady revenue stream that they can look at and predict. Even if it goes down, it will go up. There's a rough estimate of how much they will be making per month. Therefore, that is why they enjoy the games such as World of War. That is why so many companies are already chasing the live service train, because they want the kind of revenue stream that World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy XIV have, because they both... Although live service games make a lot more than what Final Fantasy XIV do because, whales. But, in concept, it's the same idea. Sorry.
No, it's fine.
That somehow makes everything Blizzard does completely okay. And completely justifies Diablo 3 and everything that happened after. Okay? Every single character in Overwatch is gay, except Tracer. And...
Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait. Tracer's a lesbian. Well, Tracer's been a lesbian for longer than most of the characters have been part of the LGBTQIA+. Tracer is a lesbian. Just heads up. Just for anyone that doesn't know that.
I mean,
Tracer has a girlfriend, canonly.
Right?
What?
Most of them take part in the porn industry, right?
But no, canon-wise, she has a girlfriend, I think, called Emily in the story. So, because, spoilers, Overwatch does have a story. 1 second. I want to double-check, though. I know she is... Emily, right? Yeah, Emily. Okay. They share an apartment in London near King's Row.
So we
she
should go
first
meet
appeared
them, right?
in the comics. Yeah, we should just go there. We should go find them.
All right.
That's
Status
perfectly
alive.
You might find some cardboard cuttings.
okay.
So yeah,
For the Blizzard fanboys, because WoW is going to keep them afloat.
When is this
Now,
going to go
WoW
back?
has been like on the decline for a long time, and Blizzard along with it. Now, people aren't like publicly admitting this. They're not acknowledging that Overwatch is a bomb, that Diablo 4 failed, that
well, it isn't
they
a bomb.
have
It hasn't failed.
I'm
They're
confused.
both doing decently.
When is he going to go back to Final Fantasy?
Probably at, like,
absolutely nothing in the
8:55.
pipeline that can come out to keep people satiated, right? Blizzard is clearly a declining company, but it took a very, very, very long time for its hardcore obsessive fanboys to admit it, right? And now we're kind of in this process where WoW is falling off and people have to accept that, like, wow, Overwatch.
No, WoW is actually improving. WoW in the last couple of expansions has actually grown. It fell off during Shadowlands because people didn't enjoy what Shadowlands was. But since Shadowlands, you've had Dragonflight and that new one that came out, War Within, which is part of a new saga because Blizzard actually announced 3 different expansions at the same time. I think it's like the Shadow Sword saga or something like that, and they've got all 3. All 3 are going to be in a storyline together. But anyway, it's rising. Sorry, WoW fans, for not remembering the name off the top of my head.
Don't worry, there's like 2 WoW fans in here. And I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Wasn't very good. I should have played Splatoon growing up. Like, people are beginning to accept
Oh, yeah.
that reality for World of Warcraft and Blizzard. And the same thing is going to happen to Final Fantasy XIV.
Here we go.
Right? This is the same exact situation in which Square has completely squandered all their goodwill with fans. They've run aground with their ridiculous decisions to move away from turn-based combat, to milk Final Fantasy dry, to stop producing new and interesting IPs, to take way too long in development.
Okay. Can I say that everyone goes back to Final Fantasy being turn-based combat, but in reality, I never really saw it as... I know technically it was, but it was more action-based combat than it was turn-based, because turn-based for me would be I make a turn, the enemy makes a turn, I make a turn, or maybe I've got enough haste equipment where I will make multiple turns, and then the enemy make a turn. But a lot of at least for the PS1 era, which is what I grew up with because I live in England, therefore Final Fantasy VII was the first Final Fantasy game that came out here. I cannot judge 1 to 6 because those were out before they came. They were never released officially in Europe until afterwards. So my experience was from 7 upwards. I played the previous ones, but from my original experience, 7 and upwards. Those were more action turn-based because the enemy can attack you during your turn. For me, turn-based just means that, yeah, there is turns, but, like, I don't know. I never saw it as complete turn-based for me because it's called the active time battle system. It's still turn-based, but...
Did you ever play Grandia?
It's like... No. My only real RPG experiences were from Final Fantasy, a little bit of Lundria, Kingdom Hearts. I'm sure there's other RPGs that I've played,
2,
but...
Or Grandia Extreme if you ever get a chance. Just purely for the battle system.
Okay.
Then you'll see what active time battle system is, because that is crazy in how, even though it's turn-based, it takes the whole
Pokemon is also turn-based. I would consider more Pokemon more standard turn-based combat than Final Fantasy.
It takes it to a whole new level with the notion of active. I think Final Fantasy VII is still borderline turn-based.
It's borderline, but that's also. But I think that's more also system limits.
But the whole turn-based idea is that 3 characters are standing, and then you've got no control over them. You just when your turn appears, you take a turn, even if it's not one. You go back. You're still waiting for your turn to appear before you can actually attack. That's kind of the notion that's been adopted. But if you're playing games like, if you go check out the Grandia battle system, it's still basically what I've just said, but
Good night, Steve.
It's really, really good.
Nice. I'll have to look into it sometime. I've heard of it. I've heard of the franchise.
Have a good night, Steve.
But yeah, to be fair though, I like 9, and that was turn-based. But I have no problem with action-based Final Fantasy games, because Final Fantasy games are designed based on the creator, not they're unique stories and unique games for a reason. They don't have to be. I don't know. It's just me. Like 11. If you want an MMO that's turn-based, you got 11. Remember the fact that was the original design philosophy of 11, was to make a turn-based MMO.
I mean, technically, yeah, because it's a weight system.
Yeah, because the TP system was supposed to be designed for the turns.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, carry on.
Cater to woke culture. They're doing everything that Blizzard did wrong. But the cope remains the same. Well, at least they have Final Fantasy XIV. Again, I cannot wait until Nintendo unveils their MMO and starts stomping this stuff into the dirt, because I am so tired.
Oh yeah, Nintendo's MMO that's in testing. That's going to do so well.
What MMO have they got?
I don't know if you've seen the test. Doesn't exist.
But what could they possibly use for an MMO? Like, I can't.
We don't. Okay, they're testing out some weird social MMO system. That's there's a beta test on the Switch. I don't know much details about it because I was not accepted into it. I only know from secondhand. But it was like more like PlayStation Home's survival thing. But we don't know exactly what it's for, because although it had what felt like MMO elements to it, it was everything that was in it graphically was placeholder. So we don't know what it's going to be used for. We don't know if it's going to be an actual game or just a system ability that will be added into the base of the Switch 2. We don't know. It had MMO style elements with a social interaction with survival style.
Yeah, but what franchise would use it? What franchise could they make to use
Pokemon? Probably, because there was Pokemon probably. Pokemon's probably their best choice. Or they could just make it. I guess that's their best choice, right?
I don't really see how that would
That'd be why they went after you know who.
It'd be boring.
You say that, but people would pay millions for it.
It wouldn't be for me.
It wouldn't be. It wouldn't be for a lot of people, but it'd still be for some people. I don't think it'll be as good as this guy would be. Say.
Let's continue.
Weird of seeing people cope about like Final Fantasy XIV just because it's one of the only MMORPGs on the market, right?
Yeah, sure, one of the only
ones.
ones.
It's the only game in town. It's the only one that anybody plays or talks about, or used to at least. And hopefully with the recent expansion and like what an epic failure that was, and like the goings on at Square Enix, which are far worse than what Final Fantasy XIV can salvage, I do think the end is near, right? We are at the point where Square is going to suffer severe consequences for what they've been doing. And I think this has been going on behind the scenes for a long time.
I think, okay, he's just a Nintendo fanboy, isn't he? That's what we're going back to. He thinks that because they've been making stuff for Sony, that they're going to screw up. Because they abandoned Nintendo. That's where he's they abandoned Nintendo, and he's salty about it, even though the whole reason they abandoned Nintendo was because Nintendo literally didn't have the hardware available to play the games. They offered Final Fantasy VII, you know this, Final Fantasy VII was offered to Nintendo before Sony. Nintendo had exclusivity rights to 7, but because the system couldn't handle what Square wanted to produce, and because of the N64's cartridge size, they couldn't add the game that they wanted to do. So therefore, they got an exclusive contract with PlayStation for Final Fantasy VII, which, because it probably did so well, because it was the first ever Final Fantasy game to reach global. When I say global, I mean Europe, should we say. I know North America and Japan, blah, 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 Europe. Sony probably extended the contracts to 8 and 9, and the rest is history. But this isn't anything to do with This is anything to do with Nintendo. Nintendo are the ones that screwed up. I'm trying to not swear here.
By the way, I think I don't think you were here when I had my rant. I think that's kind of long gone now. if I'm getting demonetized for swearing. I lost my shit earlier. But Ventura, I think you'll find out that the Switch 2 will be getting Final Fantasy 14.
Yeah, it will. I can tell you now.
I'm 100% sure that it's going to get Final Fantasy 14.
If mobile phones can get Final Fantasy 14, Switch 2 can get Final Fantasy 14.
Yep.
Yeah. When the
By the way,
tablet
did you
is
see the footage of that? It looks weird. I haven't watched all of it. I just saw some button presses.
I saw it. It looks
The HUD is not great.
It looks turn-based, but I think they just weren't moving. But being kind of turn-based kind of makes sense for mobile.
Yeah.
Out,
Anyway,
like speaking out against like the Type A and Type B shit, when you have people like spurging out about
Okay, the Type A and Type B I get. That was stupid. That should never have been a thing. I don't see what was wrong with male and female, but you know, being forced to change it, I think was stupid. Let them do
Being
what
forced
they
to change is stupid, but I also don't mind if other future games use Type A and Type B. Like, I have no issue with that.
Yeah, but they were forced to change it.
Yeah, that's mean forced to change it sucks, but in the if other games in the future use it, I have no issue.
Yeah, if the
because
creators
sometimes
want to use it, whatever, but
yeah.
they don't want to use it.
Yeah.
Bandai don't want to use it. Period.
No.
Square Enix don't want to use it, but they're being forced to use it, mandated to use it, and I think that's wrong. Do you think Harmon will change the? Oh, if it goes to when Final Fantasy 14 goes to Switch, I think he's gonna have a nervous breakdown.
Yeah, he's gonna break. He's gonna go crazy.
certain things in the company, like you start to see more and more that they are a failing, declining brand, and there just isn't going to be a return to form anymore. These people.
Okay, he's clearly been paid by BioWare. He's using that return to form again. Clearly.
Are going under, and there's just nothing that anyone can do about it. The reality is, when you look at everything that's been happening now in recent years, that Square Enix is no longer seen as the premier JRPG developer. That title is going either to Atlas or Nintendo. Nintendo.
Not Nintendo.
Wait, Nintendo.
No.
When did no?
Atlas, sure.
All of their haven't all the Nintendo's JRPGs kind of flopped since the like I know it's the Mario games do well, but haven't they every one declined?
I don't think they have RPGs, do they?
They have the Super Mario RPG series, right?
Yeah, I guess so. That's the only one, though, right?
Yeah, that's the only one I know of, and as I said, I think
Zelda
those
isn't
sales
an
have declined
RPG.
with every game.
I would say Zelda's an RPG.
Yeah, well, yeah, I guess.
No, I wouldn't say it is.
What about Pokemon? Pokemon an RPG?
Not really.
I
guess
mean, you
some
have a
of them
leveling
will.
system, you have towns, you have...
I guess you could call it. I'd just call it a collectathon.
I mean, yeah, but you technically have dungeons, you have bosses, and the newest ones have raids. So...
Is Amano still working on Final Fantasy IP? Not sure. I don't know.
No.
Do you know?
I don't know off the top of my head, I'm sorry.
Know if you're not a fucking pleb, but Atlas if you're a filthy casual who only cares about waifus. But like,
look, we all care about waifus, okay?
Yeah, waifus. Why are you calling that plebs?
It's literally why we play gacha games. No one plays it for the plot except me. But no one plays a gacha game for the plot except me. But you know, they play it for the waifus and me for the plot and the waifus. Just putting it out there.
Plotfus.
You know, there's actually a character called Plotty. It kind of works.
Yeah.
If you're
no
a
consequences
weeb who only
for your
likes
decisions in
Persona
Pokemon,
for
I guess.
Yeah, but like games like Golden Sun, there's no consequences for. Oh, actually, right at the beginning of the game, there is a consequence for Golden Sun. They ask you if you're willing to go on this journey to save the world, and if you say no, you complete the game because the world ends.
I like that. No, I love that about Far Cry. I don't know if you ever played those games before.
I have.
I like the fact that I think it's either Far Cry. I think it's Far Cry 4, where you meet someone that's going to take you to somewhere, and the whole game is to get to that location, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he goes off, and then you're supposed to break out and run away, and that's where the game starts. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But if you just sit there for 10 minutes, he actually comes back and then takes you to a helicopter to the end of the game.
Really?
And then you beat it. Yeah. So if you just sit there, he does come back. I can't remember how long it is, but yeah.
You know,
If you sit there long enough.
The new Ghost Recon.
Yeah.
So if you've played the game already and you've beaten it, you know where the bad guy is. And where you start the game, he's not too far from you. Right? So you could literally, at the start of the game, go to that point and kill the main bad guy. And then from that point on, every when you start playing the game and actually doing the missions, every time that NPC is involved, there's just no one there. There's no NPC there because you've killed him already. And when you get to the final battle,
the fact that they've actually, it's good the fact that he's not actually there, and they've just done that rather than making him just magically appear again.
But when you get to the final battle, you win automatically.
Wait, people are playing Nosgoth. I don't think I thought the servers died years ago. I have it. I don't think you can play it, right? Unless it's
which one?
A private server. Nosgoth.
Not sure.
Because that's the wasn't that the online Soul Reaper game?
What, the one I'm talking about?
No, Susano, sorry.
Oh.
They figured around I get private servers in.
Yeah.
Sexualizing underage girls. Like, again, the correct answer is Nintendo, but most people right now are saying Atlas. So Square Enix is no longer the developer for the JRPG genres. And it's entirely based on their own misdeeds, right? It's entirely based on their own actions, right? They stopped producing JRPGs, so of course they gave up their only real claim to fame. You know, the company that publishes Final Fantasy.
I'm going to tell him now. Yoshi P hates the term JRPG. It's one of the words he hates. He hates it a lot. So just Herman, if you ever meet him, never use that term, okay?
You know why though, right?
Yeah, because people judge Japanese RPGs completely different to Western RPGs, and he hates the fact that they're segregated just because they're from a different place.
Well, not just that. Back when Twitch used to be called Justin TV, and you used to have G4 TV as well. When they used to refer to JRPGs, they always used to use derogatory condemnations and racist remarks when it came to Japanese RPGs and just mocked them like crazy. And so it stems from a very long time back. And they really, really did not like the way the West referred to JRPGs in a very, very disrespectful and racial discriminatory way.
Anyway, Herman said, also he's looking at the camera for once. No, he's looking away again.
Square deserves everything bad that happens to them.
No.
Like, I cannot emphasize this enough as we go into like the Square Enix spiraling the drain saga, because
what do you mean, Devin?
Continue this. What did Devin say?
He said, "I've seen your video, Chaos. I read between the lines." Wait, I'm not sure what he means by this. I'm not sure what video he's watched. Maybe my top 10.
Well, while he says that, I'm going to tell you now, watching his videos, I feel creepy. I feel really dirty watching his videos. And that's not just because of his opinions, but it's the camera angle. I feel like I am, for some reason, trying to watch him have a conversation with someone that's completely off screen, and I am in a little camera in the corner just focused at his side because I'm trying to sneak into the conversation. I don't feel like I'm part of this video at all. I feel like he's just trying to tell someone else. So it's just not great. It just feels dirty just watching him. Anyway, sorry.
I see what you mean, Devin. I see what you mean, and I approve. No one shall ever know.
Deserves everything that's happened to them. You know, they've screwed over their talent. They screwed over Nintendo. You know, Hiroshi Yamauchi felt
there
the
we go.
need to speak out against them at several points towards the end of his career. You know, Square is a company that had every right to be the absolute best in the industry. If they were on top of their game in the mid-2000s, they easily would have stomped like shit like Knights of the Old Republic and
they did.
Mass Effect and The Witcher 3 or whatever the fuck like people were pretending to play in the West. Like Square at their peak were producing games better than that like every couple of months. You know, Chrono Trigger there are just dozens and dozens of examples of it. Like Dragon Quest VII is still one of the longest RPGs.
Those are completely different types of games. Mass Effect is a space-based RPG. Final Fantasy is more of a fantasy-based RPG. They're going to not be the completely... I'm sure there'll be some of the same audience because people like RPGs, but you're going to have more people play the space-based RPG that enjoy space-based games, and also Knights of the Old Republic, you're going to have more people that enjoy something maybe called a little thing called Star Wars. So just because they're RPGs doesn't mean that they're going to have the exact same audience. They're going to have completely different audiences. I talk a lot about video games. That doesn't mean Chaos's stream viewers will want to come and listen to me talk about video games. Completely.
They should, though.
Okay, maybe that's probably not the best. Probably not the best viewpoint right there.
Change Star Wars to Star Trek.
Yeah, sure.
Because it does have more of a relevance. I mean, Mass Effect is more Star Trek-y.
Yeah, but Knights of the Round is Star Wars, right?
Yeah, but we can still say it's Star Trek.
Klingons of the Round.
Yeah. That makes that works better. No one here likes Star Wars anymore. It's all about Star Trek.
You know what? Devin's right. Stargate. I will take Stargate. That was the one I liked.
Indeed. Tilk was awesome.
Yeah, Teal'c was awesome. And that's the reason why I like Kratos.
Yeah, I really feel like ever since he played Kratos, though, his ego has got the better of him.
Yeah, it has a little bit.
You know, ever since he's played Kratos, I feel like he's become so egotistical that it's got to his head. And he feels like he can insult and say what he wants and get away with it. I don't know. I like him as an actor.
Yeah,
I think he's a nice person, but I think the whole Kratos thing has got to him
was a nice person. But yeah, no, Stargate for me. Anyway, sorry. This guy, we're nearly done. We've only got 2 minutes and some seconds.
You know, and especially so when you realize like it's a linear game that you have to go through as opposed to like Skyrim's open-ended nature. Square produced a longer linear JRPG than Bethesda managed to accomplish with like a Western RPG. Like a genre that's tailor-made for like endlessly replaying.
I can't think of a single
endlessly replaying.
I can't say that a single Final Fantasy game or Square Enix game that's longer than Skyrim. As an actual just a playthrough. Because I'm guessing that's what he's doing with Skyrim.
I don't know. The Final Fantasy 14 expansions from A Realm Reborn to Dawn Trail.
I mean,
it
I
gotta
guess
take a long time.
If you're counting the MMOs, then yeah. But he's talking about linear games.
He's calling 14 a linear game.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. I remember how linear 14 is. Man, it's so easy to get from A to B, and there's there's not much. Okay, if he's just talking about dungeons, sure.
I wish there was more exploration in 14, but there really isn't. It's just about getting the Aether currents, and that's about it.
Yeah. But I wish there was more exploration. Anyway,
I miss the days of Notorious Monster Hunting, where you could.
I mean,
go
they still
and find-
exist on.
Yeah, but it's like they don't give you anything.
I mean, yeah, you got some stuff that you can get. You can get upgrades and mounts.
Oh, you're talking about the A ranks and the B ranks and stuff. I'm talking
Yeah.
about like out in the wilderness. You know how they used to be,
Okay.
where they used to drop like the Strider
Yeah.
boots and stuff like that.
Oh
You
yeah,
know-
like the Notorious Monsters from 11.
Yeah, you know, you'd stumble
Yeah.
across it, you'd fight it, you'd beat it, and you get
Yeah.
some really cool loot. Like I remember when
Yeah,
I
that was-
came across a random lizard in South Gusterberg, and I
Yeah.
was like, man, this thing is hitting me really hard.
Oh, I
And
know
then-
which one.
And
Leaping
then there was a
Lizard.
thief that was there and was going, "You're an arsehole." Openly sent me a message calling me an arsehole. And I'm like, why? It's attacked me. It aggroed me. I was just minding my
Yeah.
own business. And it's good. Do you know
And
how long
I still
I've...
okay.
It's Leaping
I miss
Lizzie.
when open world was dangerous. Like I still remember in the Valkyrie Dunes, right?
Yeah.
Someone shouted out, "Watch out at zone," because someone had started the White Mage AF, and they were losing, so they had to run to zone. So they had the Notorious Monster from the White Mage AF zone with them to the entrance of Valkyrie Dunes.
Oh,
Well,
shit.
it's like level 58, 60. We're all like level 12 to 15. Yeah. And he's just like, oh, well, and then it got to the zone, and because they didn't depop back then, they walked back to their spawn point. So it was just walking back to its spawn point, and just everyone
Died.
on its way back was getting slaughtered
Yep.
because it was an undead, so it aggro to low health.
It's like the secret beach to Selbina. That walk of shame when you aggroed everything under the sun.
Yeah.
You just watched it and said, "Sorry, tank, you ain't getting a heal from me."
Or
Bye.
the Windows Auction House of Doom in Dynamis.
Yep. Good
Anyway.
times.
Like it's shocking when you really like start realizing that, like just how much higher quality Dragon Quest VII Fragments of the Forgotten Past is compared to
Spoilers, that never came
Bethesda's
out here.
pleb Skyrim, you know? Like the quality difference between like Square at their peak versus today is just awful. And you can see this in like the lower budget titles. Like just look at like the games I've been playing recently, you know, stuff like ActRaiser Renaissance and you know, a couple of other things. Like a lot of their lower budget games are
Right.
just becoming
1 second. Lower budget games, like it wasn't Octopath Traveler by Square, and that was one of the best RPGs in a while.
Octopath, yeah.
Yeah, now, I would consider that a low budget title compared to a lot of the other games. I'm trying to think of Square games off the top of my head that came out this generation at least. By the
Well,
way,
that
I
Live-
will say that's the only
Live
thing I
and
got
Live?
screwy was the fact that Octopath 1 was on PlayStation, but not Xbox, and then Octopath 2 was on Xbox but not PlayStation at one point.
Yep.
That was kind of like
Weird.
what the hell? I want to play the sequel. I played the original. Why?
Just buy an
Yeah,
Xbox.
I would. Yeah.
You know, it
But
makes
yeah, no,
sense.
sorry. Anyway, Square had some
Embarrassingly
decent
bad.
RPGs.
to the point where I honestly don't even know like how they got produced. There are like these really weird like issues, even in like really good games like Triangle Strategy, where this where they have this story.
Okay,
segment
sorry,
where-
1 second. I can't believe I forgot these were done by Square. These are some of my favorite RPGs. I need to play the last one. I think I haven't done the last one. But if you've never played these games, you like Nier, right?
Yeah, yes, one of my favorite games.
I think these were done by him, right?
Yokotaro? No, that was the Dragon Card games, I think. What, Yokotaro?
Yeah, Yoko Taro. I think he helped with them, right? He helped. Yeah, he did. Voice of Cards.
Oh, the Voice of Cards. Yeah, I've played those.
Yeah, those
the
were done
Dragon
by
one.
Yoko Taro.
Yeah,
Yeah, and
good
published
games.
by Square.
those are good. I like those games. I need to finish
Yeah.
them.
Yeah, I've done 2 of them. I don't think I've done the 3rd one. But yeah, those are really good games, and I would recommend that. I would call that a small budget game, and those are some of my favorite RPGs this generation,
You know what?
in my opinion. I enjoyed a lot of them.
We do need to get a petition going to Yokotaro to hurry up with a Nier Automata 2.
Yeah.
Because this needs to be a thing. We all need more 2B. And even if
Even if you
someone
just
says
make
that they don't need to be, they are lying. They do need to be.
I mean, they might not have been by Square. They were funded by Square, but still, they helped out.
They say that someone's gonna come help you, and then it doesn't happen, and then you see them just not doing anything, like in the next story segment, and you're just like, what? How did this happen? And I like triangle strategy, but that lack of quality control was concerning even back then when it first came out. And seeing the disaster of games like Octopath Traveler 2, it feels like things there are getting even worse.
Did he just say
Especially with like some of the controversy.
I haven't played it. I'll admit that. I played the first one a little bit. I haven't finished it. I never finished it, but I enjoyed it. But did he just say that Octopath Traveler 2 was bad?
Yes. He said,
Did he just say that?
He said it was a disaster, Chille. He said it was an absolute catastrophic disaster. What say you? He also called Final Fantasy 14 woke. Trash.
You know what? There's some stuff I will wrap up at the end. Like they should with his parents. I mean, sorry.
That have sprung up around like Dragon Quest 3 and stuff like that. Final Fantasy 16 featured a gay kiss. That in and of itself is enough for me to boycott the entire company. Regardless of everything else I've talked about.
Oh no!
Like,
someone
Square
showed emotion to
deserves
someone
go
else.
under.
The monsters.
And what's more,
But I thought it was Odin, right?
Yeah. It
But
wasn't even like a proper kiss, right? It was just like.
But I thought that was well written. Their relationship.
Yeah, it was all.
No, it wasn't Odin.
Yeah.
It was Dion, the Dragoon.
I thought it was.
No,
Yeah,
the
it was
Dragoon.
the Dragoon, and it's.
And
okay.
his right hand man. But
Yeah,
I thought that
it was
well
written, no matter what.
Yeah,
It wasn't suddenly. It wasn't out of nowhere. It was built up.
it wasn't,
and it
veiled
wasn't
hard.
forced. Like it wasn't like the main plot of the game. It was just like those two were in a relationship. One is going off to possibly die. They want to share a moment with each other, just like any person in a relationship or a budding relationship would do. And then it happened. It was over. It wasn't like 5 minutes later that he started talking, going, "Oh my god, remember that kiss I just did 5 minutes ago?" He didn't go on about it for 5 hours. It happened. It was a moment. Who cares? They're in a relationship. It's not. It's. I've not turned just because I saw it. It was okay. It was not Valgard.
It was. It's really weird because there's certain points in video games where they will be used for the right reasons. Like Final Fantasy 14 will always be the comeback hero for a game that shut down and then rebooted itself. Hence the name Reborn. You've got the disaster that was Cyberpunk, and now that's referred to. That overtook Anthem, because Anthem was the biggest disaster at launch. But Cyberpunk decided that, you can hold my beer because I'm coming for that title. And then Valgard decides that it wants to get the title for... Like, when someone says now, at least it's not Valgard, you know exactly what they're talking about. And I kind of feel sorry for that game.
To be fair, though, I do worry about a game that tries to take the title from Concord. How fast do they have to shut down for that to happen?
7 days, unless.
And on the 7th day, he rested.
Oh, yes. That was, I still can't believe that game shut down after 8 days. They should have given it a chance. It's crazy. I mean, no one wanted it, but make it free to play or something. Give it a chance. Give it
They should have given it to Plus members from launch. That's all they should have done.
Yep.
Anyway, we've only got a minute left. No, not even that. We've got 30 seconds.
Opinion. This is not something. I am not the only person saying this. Plenty of people want to see Square Enix fail, and as a result of that, people are eventually going to get sick of Final Fantasy XIV and stop paying for it. Once that happens, once the player base starts moving away to whatever else, Square Enix is not going to be able to keep the lights on.
Thoughts?
I mean, it looks like. First of all, yes, spoilers. People do step away from Final Fantasy 14. That's what Yoshi P designs the game for. As much as some people don't like that, it's designed for people to play for a little bit, take a break, play some other games, and come back with the next patch. That's his entire design philosophy. It's not probably the best design philosophy in the world, but his design philosophy.
But would you say that with Dawn Trail,
yeah,
the expansion, the MSQ didn't hit?
No, it did. But I feel like basically any MSQ that they would have written for Dawn Trail would have failed.
I think
basically
if they made him the main character and not a side character, if we weren't, I mean, we could have not been there, and I don't think it would have mattered.
No, but I feel like most,
and I think that's the biggest
MSQs would have failed because they tried to bookend. This is why it's such a rough idea to bookend your MMO, because they wanted the story to end where it did, and they wanted a new adventure. That is kind of rough for players that are already playing, because you've had that experience for 10 years. Now that experience is over, you now have a reason to stop playing, because from now on it's going to be a new story, and it's going to be possibly another 10 years or however it's going to be. And I understand a lot of people will quit now because they don't want to invest that next 10 years or however long it's going to be. And I feel like no matter what Square had written, they had put themselves into a little bit of a hole with what they did. Now, I enjoyed the MSQ. I actually found it I was more emotional about this MSQ than I was about Endwalker. It hit me harder than Endwalker did. Because
that ending in, I can't remember the last zone, when I saw them one by one going, that hit hard. That final walk to the end.
It didn't for me, because the problem is I played too many games, and okay, the first two hit me, right? But then once more and more were taken, the game ahead of me is like, well, they're not going to have all these disappear because marketing. So in my head, I'm like, okay, well, we just got the thingamajig from Heidelin. We got the magic button. In my head, I'm like, okay, as much as I at the start, too much is happening in the road for me to continue to be sad, because we just got a magic button, and I know that Square wants money. There's no way they're going to get rid of all these main characters.
Or they could save money and just kill them off.
Yeah, but then they have to start marketing all over again.
Yeah, but they could just create new characters with the same voice actors.
Yeah, that's true. But still, it would take time. The people. It's the same reason why I'm worried about Dawn Trail, because people already invested in the characters. So if they just got rid of them, so yeah.
So how do you feel about Harmon Chille?
He is still stuck on the idea that Square lost its way because of Nintendo. And yes, Square may not be the RPG king anymore, but it's mainly because there is so many more RPG companies than there were back then. Back then, RPGs weren't really a thing outside of Japan and I guess America. And so Square Enix was the king of RPGs because they had a stranglehold on RPGs. There were more of their RPGs than there were other RPGs. And that's the reason why they were considered the best, because they were pretty much the only ones here. And they were, of course, really good. I'm not just saying they're bad, but they're all really good. And he seems to, by the way he seems to talk, he discredits the fact that if it wasn't for them opening the gates and making those good RPGs to inspire the companies that are now currently making these RPGs, and probably had some, I'm sure a lot of the companies, people working on the game, will have played Final Fantasy, would have played Dragon Quest, would have played so-and-so RPG, Chrono Trigger, would have played Alundra, would have played Super Mario RPG, and are now enjoying the fruits of their labor. And yeah, Susanna, I can't judge it based on US and Japan because we didn't really have RPGs. You agree, right, Chaos? In the 90s, there wasn't really that many RPGs that we got.
No, you had like Shining Force, but none of them really came to the West. They were all in the East.
Yeah, and then early 2000s, I would say again, it opened up a little bit because of how big Final Fantasy got, Final Fantasy 7, 8, and 9, and we got our first Dragon Quest with Dragon Quest 8. Remember the fact that Dragon Quest 8 was a PS2 launch game, not a launch game, but was launched on the PS2.
Man, so many people are sure that Starfield is going to be announced at the Game Awards for PlayStation.
It might. It'd be interesting to see. I don't think it... Wait, the expansion's out, right? Is there another expansion yet announced?
Yeah. Well, they've got expansions planned for the next 3 to 5 years.
Okay, then.
But
I could see it, but I don't think it will.
Well, we do have a...
I think it's more likely one of the big announcements is 7 on PC. I think that's one of the big announcements they're counting on. That Rebirth will be announced for PC.
What, by Todd Howard?
Not by Todd. Yeah, sure.
I mean,
Todd Howard.
Todd Howard is appearing on the Video Games Live
to
make an announcement, apparently, at the VGA.
Skyrim, probably. Not Skyrim, but Elder Scrolls.
I mean, it could be Elder Scrolls. It could be the next Fallout. But everyone is expecting it to be Starfield.
It might be... Okay, if he's on stage, I would say... I'm going to say 30% chance of Starfield. 20%... I would say 20 to 30% chance of Elder Scrolls. And hopefully minus 100% for Fallout. And that, by the way, I want to say that's not because I hate Fallout. I actually prefer Fallout to Elder Scrolls. I just want them to finish the game that they announced first before they announce another one. And I think that's fair. I think they should finish Elder Scrolls before they announce Fallout. Unless it's a remaster. In which case, then, of course, it's coming to PlayStation because it's a remaster.
But I was talking about Matt Booty earlier. Apparently there's an interview. Matt Booty talks PS5 ports, reiterated that Xbox is still making every decision on a game-by-game basis when it comes to releasing versions on other consoles. So the whole full slate is a myth.
By the way, I leaked the stuff to you. I sent you a message with the stuff in the direct message about the Nintendo stuff.
Oh, cool. Oh, I remember reading about this. I think I registered for it.
Yeah.
I didn't get in though. But yeah, I mean that's always going to be the case. I think if Starfield doesn't go this year, I don't think it's going to go at all. If it doesn't get announced at the Game Awards, I can't see it being announced later anymore.
Yeah. Well, if it would have to be, to be fair though, if it does get announced, it will be with the next expansion.
More than likely.
That's what I'm expecting.
But considering the feedback it got from the PlayStation fans, no one wants to play it, so I don't see why they would want to port it over.
I mean, you can keep it.
I have not seen the KFC ad. But what I have seen is what I said in my Discord, and I told you all it was going to happen. Indiana Jones' free Humble Keys have been revoked. A Steam product code you activated has been removed from your account. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. So all those people that acted on the free Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, Microsoft has gone in and said, That was their screw up. We're taking that game back.
But I thought only Sony can do things like that, Chaos.
Nah, they did this with Diablo as well. And I paid money for that.
But I thought only Sony does things like that, Chaos.
I didn't say that.
No, but I've heard people complain about when Sony put in their terms of service that they have the ability to revoke your games.
Nah, they all have the ability to revoke their games.
I know they do, but I'm just saying.
But that was generally for live service, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I remember I paid for the Diablo Ultimate Edition, 30 quid. There was a glitch in there, so I thought, fuck it, why not? And then 3 days later, they revoked it. And I was like, fine. You would have at least got $30 from me, and I probably wouldn't have played it anyway, which I didn't, by the way. I said, no, I'm just going to wait until Game Pass gets it. And I still haven't played it. So they would have at least got $30 from me.
Tasman said there's a new KFC ad. Well, you know what's even better than the KFC ad, and I wish we had it? In Spain, they've released the KFC Tamagotchi. That's a chicken drumstick that you can look after. So yeah.
Is this KFC ad actually? Is it a Christmas one? And is it friendly? Because the last one that they did was not great. But yeah,
Chaos.
Yeah,
they released this in Spain.
Yes, I told you guys the Indiana Jones thing would get revoked. It was going to get revoked. No, it was too obvious. Actually, that's kind of cool.
Tried KFC? Yeah. Yeah, it's what's good. If you buy a meal, it's free, or I think it's like $5. So, I wish I could have won it.
That's kind of cool. And the last bit of news I have for today is People Can Fly. They are downsizing. The same with what's the studio behind Life is Strange? But
I should remember this.
They're downsizing as well. They've let go 20% of their staff as well. Apparently, the Xbox project that they've been working on for the past 5 years
Don't
now.
Nod.
Is it? No, it's not Don't Nod. It's another one, like Nick something.
No, Don't Nod Entertainment made Life is Strange.
Yeah, but there was another.
It was published by Square Enix. Deck 9?
Deck 9. Deck 9 announces layoffs. And this is actually a really solid game. Double Exposure is really good. But, you know, it's woke, so no one was interested. But it looks like the developers of People Can Fly are letting go of people as well. Sad times, man. Sad times.
I mean, wasn't there the company that didn't make any money from their game because of...
What, the way Square Enix screwed them over?
Yeah.
Yeah, but they've been working on a number of projects. It looks like a couple of them have gone downhill. But according to what he's saying here, the team behind Bulletstorm and Outriders are reducing staff on multi-platform game projects. Looks like Project Maverick, the Xbox game, is still on track with Xbox funding. So that looks like it's still going to continue. But the other games are either being downsized or just cancelled.
Yeah, Outriders got no royalties from the publisher from the period up until March 31st, 2023.
So that's a shame. But yeah, this is actually really good. I'm in the process of playing this. And nice. It's interesting because I highly recommend you play the original because there is way too many references to the original game. Way too many. From 2015.
Well, I played the original game.
But she even says, like, I can't use my powers because of what happened at Arcadia. I chose to save Chloe. By everyone. You saved... Did you not save Chloe?
No, I think I saved everyone.
Nah. That's not happening. That family was there and they needed to go.
Fair.
I did
But
not.
it's hard to... but the rest of the town for one person.
I'm not going to say it was one. It was the father, the son, even though he turned out to be not so bad in the end. And then you had the idiots there. So, and you had the teacher as well.
Okay.
There was way too many. Then you had the whole corrupt police force. Yeah, that town could go. All right, let's check out this ad and then I'm going to call it.
Sleep well, Clark, and thank you as always. Have a good night, okay?
Have a good night, Clark.
Thank God.
Stuffing.
Turkey's just disappointment chicken. I'm sorry, but it is. Good night, Clark.
All right,
Thanks
Chille.
as always for stopping by.
Plug yourself in. Let them know where they can find you. And we're going to call it a night.
Well, I'm Chille. You can find me over on Mooglegram Radio on Twitch. You can also find me on Holified Saiyan on YouTube. I posted a couple of react videos to the most recent Bleach trailers because the first one did really well, so I thought I'd try again, and the second one didn't do as great, but still, I thought I'd give it a try. So I do a lot of game videos on Dragon Ball and Bleach over on my YouTube channel. I think I can link it, right?
Yeah, go for it. And chat, if you do like Dragon Ball, seriously, his channel is very dedicated to Dragon Ball stuff. So if you're a fan of it or just remotely interested, go check his channel out. Drop a sub. He's trying to get to 60 subs by the end of the year. There's still plenty of time. He is 1 sub away, so make his dreams come true.
I'm 2 now. We lost a sub.
Okay, we need 2 subs. So someone who isn't subbed, go there, watch a couple of videos, make his day.
I got a warning from Nightbot, so I don't know if it actually went through.
No, I see it.
Yeah, Holified Saiyan. Oh, thank you, Maxon. Yeah, I do a lot. Okay, my shorts I don't talk in because for some reason I found those did better without me talking. But my main videos, I've been playing the Breakers because it's going through the 2nd anniversary. It's not going to get to the 6th. I've been playing through Sparking Zero, where I've been doing custom battles and custom stories. I'm going to eventually go through Kakarot again. And I'm going to play Bleach when that comes out as well. So, thank you, Tasman. So yeah, I will be playing through the Bleach fighting game. And also, I will be toxic as hell when the new League of Legends Dragon Ball game comes out next year. So expect toxic Chille with Dragon Ball League of Legends. So yeah, if we can, I'm at 68 subs. Again, a lot big thanks to Chaos for that. I reached a lot of my subscribers thanks to Chaos, and thanks to everyone in the community. And of course, if you're listening to this right now and you're not subbed to Chaos's channel, please hit the subscription and the like button. I'm just, yeah.
But yeah, let's see if we can
So
get
please.
to 60 and then maybe even more. That would be absolutely amazing. You should go check. Maybe you've actually
Well,
hit
I'm at
60
60.
already.
So there we go.
There you go. You've hit your 60.
Thank you.
You've hit your target for the year. But yeah.
Chaos versus Chille in the Bleach game. I mean, I don't know if Chaos will play the Bleach game. So we'll see.
What Bleach game? We'll have to discuss that after.
The Bleach game that comes out next year in March.
That's a long time.
Yeah.
But you know what isn't a long time? Me calling it a night and wishing you all a good day. Thursday, we are not going to have a normal stream. I'm going to be live around midnight my time, which is half an hour before the Game Awards start. So don't expect me to, don't come looking for a stream. I've got the placeholder up already for it, so make sure you click it. Again, it's going to be demonetized, so we can watch it with no ads. And hopefully we'll have a good time. But with that, folks, I am going to wish you all a good night. If you want to follow me in other places, you can follow me on X at ChaosPrimeZ or at Blue Sky at the Chaos Lounge. Or you can join my Discord, which is in the description below. Just click the link and you get in. There's nothing else to it. And you can hear all the nonsensical banter that goes in there. And I promise I don't rage like I did earlier. With that said, I am out and calling it a night. Have a good night, folks. Peace.
Good night, everyone.
Like and subscribe.
Like and subscribe.
I really should say that before, but it's become a tradition now that I say it once I've got to the off screen.
I mean, I tried to say it when I was plugging myself, so as well. 1 second, let me like on my other channel as well. There we go. Now I've liked you twice, technically.
Woodpit, that is Thursday. Well, it's for
Friday.
For me, it's Friday, but for those in the US, it's on Thursday. We live in the future.
But yeah, I've hit 61 subscribers, so thank you, everyone.
Awesome.
That's free.
You guys are the best.
Thank you, everyone. You're the best. Thank you. Thank you, Chaos's community. Seriously, thank you. I can't thank you all enough.
Good night, folks.
I've only really got into YouTube recently, so thank you.